Gonna start with a small icebreaker. See my tennis ball? I'm gonna throw it around. And I'd like you to introduce yourself and just say what you're expecting from DataFest. Okay? I'm gonna start with one of our sponsors, which is the university right there.
My name is Jamie Saris. This is my colleague, Chris Brunstrom. We are from Maynooth University in Ireland, just outside of Dublin. And as was said, we are one of the sponsors of the event. I'm looking forward to seeing more about the data science situation in Africa broadly. And my friend Chris is actually the much better person to talk about that, so I'll give it over to him.
Hi, my name's Chris Brunson. I'm also from Maynooth University, and well, like Jamie, I'm also interested in data situation here, and to found out a bit about the state of quality of data, and also what sort of analytical approaches you're interested in.
Chris, I'm gonna give you the honor of tossing it to someone.
Can you hear me? My name is Janslyn, and I'm a student. I'm doing my master's in information security. I'm looking forward to learning more of how that can be applied in data information as well as in digital safety.
Okay.
So thank you for that.
Why don't you toss it to someone? Maybe all across.
It went all the way.
Okay, someone take ownership. Okay, let me get you a mic. Oh, thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Kamau Maina. I'm a student, and the other question was
What are you looking forward to for
yeah,
DataFest?
looking forward to meeting other.
Thanks, Mina. Maybe I can get the ball. Toss it. Thank you. I'm gonna toss it now to I'm checking. To you, sir. You better catch it. Okay. Here's a mic for you.
Good morning. My name is Jean Afadar. I'm a journalist with Pan-African Visions. I'm interested in data journalism using data in storytelling and data analysis.
Okay. Thank you very much. The lady who just walked in. Hi, this ball is for you. So just tell us your name and why you came for DataFest.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Joyce Wangare. I came for this event. I'm currently in career transition, moving to data. So I came here so that I can learn and network.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. You can toss it to someone. Toss it to the person in front of you. It's a whisper. She's right there in front of you. No, the other side. She's waiting. Just toss it.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Nancy Buka. I work for Benson at the school, a graduate school of media and communications. And we're part of your hosts today. So I'm looking forward to a time of learning and listening to colleagues.
Thank you. That's my boss, guys, for real.
So I toss it to you.
Yeah, toss it to someone. Who do you want to toss it to?
And I see who's avoiding me.
Augustine looks like he's avoiding
He
you.
is for sure.
Thank you, Prof. My name is Augustine Karani. I'm a student here at MASC. But besides that, I work as a communications and coordinations officer at the United Nations Kenya. So I'm happy to be here for what looks to be a very promising and interesting conversation. So I'm going to pass it to someone I don't know.
Okay.
Yes.
Make sure you throw it as far as possible.
Yes. I see there's a gentleman in maroon.
I know where he's from. He's from Moringa School.
It's okay. So, hello everyone.
Morning.
So, my name is Peter Mwamuki. I'm currently a student doing computer science, and I'm also representing Moringa School in today's event. Uh, I'm here today because I'd love to see how I can be able to leverage the data that we have here in Africa and to make Africa a better place to live in and to make Africa maybe part of the best places in the world that people would want to visit, not because of the natural things that we have, but also the artificial things that we are creating. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get it? Thank you. I'm gonna toss it just right here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mwikali Muoka. I'm with Policy, part of the team organizing this, and I look forward to everything.
Hey,
toss it
toss
to
it to one last person. Can I come to this other side again? Sanji, it's on you. So the question is just introduce yourself and why you came for DataFest.
Sanji Malde, I'm a data scientist. I'm very keen to hear the latest things about data, and like looking forward to participating in the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Sanji. Can I get it back? Wonderful. For this last icebreaker, I want all of you to stand. So let's stand. Okay, this is really easy. If I drop the ball, you stump. Okay? If you don't stamp, or you stamp when you're not supposed to stamp, you sit down. Okay? So it's really easy. Okay? Actually, let's not stamp, let's clap. Clapping is faster. I can watch who's lying. Yeah, I can watch who's lying. So let's do it. I had a clap. Had a clap. Wendy, was that you? Okay, that was like a trial. Okay, let's try. All those who clapped, please sit down. If you clap, sit down. Yeah? Okay. I have auditors here. Okay, let's go. Got some people. Thank you, sir. Okay. How many are remaining? They seem powerful. Okay, let's go. Who's that? Almost there. Very close. Okay, a round of applause for those guys. So, welcome to DataFest 2025. This is the pre-event because we are going to have the main event in Kampala. And when is it, Philip? The 30th? 30th and the 31st. Thank you. Philip is one of our leaders here at Policy, and he's an incredible human being. So I would want to extend an invite for all of you can take a flight to Kampala and have 2 really beautiful days. Okay. To start us off, and we are now officially back on time, which is really great. Round of applause for all of you who came early. I would like to invite someone who's not just my boss, someone who just told you that I work for her instead, someone who I call teacher. because she's one of my master's lecturers, someone who's a creative, someone who's also very serious and sits on the board of the Nation Media Group, amongst other things. Round of applause for my boss, an incredible human being, an incredible leader, Dr. Nancy Booker.
Let's discuss your appraisal right after this. Anyway, on the light touch. Good morning. After that, what is that? Energizer, what did you call it? Have they had coffee? Not yet. Okay, so let's try this again. Good morning. Sounds more like it. Um, really nice to see you all, and I'm very delighted to have been invited to make some welcome remarks. The theme of this year's DataFest is reclaiming our data futures. So I will read what I put down so that I can save some time. A very warm welcome to this edition of DataFest Africa, a forum that celebrates the use of data in the African region by bringing together stakeholders from various backgrounds, from government, from civil society, donors, academics, and students. I had quite a bit of, those represented when people were introducing themselves. And of course, our friends from the private sector. We couldn't be happier to be associated with this event because as an academic institution, the generation and use of data lies at the heart of everything that we do on a daily basis. We generate data that ideally should help people make informed decisions about their lives. Data that should help institutions make choices about where to invest, but also questions around their sustainability. And data that helps societies determine the issues that deserve to be primed and given attention. And that data is more than just numbers. It is people, it is families, it is communities. I just came back from Rwanda, a country that endured one of the most painful periods in human history. The 1994 genocide against the Tutsis. And this was not my first time in Rwanda. I was actually counting today morning. This was my 6th time in Rwanda in under 7 years. Each time, one number that has stood very vividly is 1 million. The estimated number of people killed in just 100 days during that tragic period. In one of my earlier visits to Rwanda, I gathered the courage to visit the Genocide Memorial Park in Kigali to try and grasp the real impact of the war, or so I thought. It wasn't until this most recent trip that I truly felt the weight of that number. We were a couple of us from our school, traversed the country, visited all the 4 provinces, interacted with people beyond the capital city. And on our everyday encounters, we saw several genocide memorial parks across the country, built in honor of those whose lives were lost. I met leaders, I met ordinary citizens, but the most important thing for me was that 1 million had a very different meaning, or carried a very different meaning for me. I saw the places where these people once lived, the communities they came from, the lives they built before it was all torn apart. And for me, this number was not just a statistic anymore. It was real people, real stories, real life. So as I reflected on Rwanda's post-genocide development, it became clear that the number, as tragic as it is, has become a driving force behind the country's development agenda, a commitment to security and, to their very best, an opportunity to provide equal opportunities for the countrymen. but most importantly, non-ethnic decision making. The data of the past, though painful, now informs a lot of the work that they do that safeguard human dignity to the extent possible and to ensure that at least as many of the countrymen don't feel and women don't feel marginalized. Now, for far too long, our data in Africa has been collected, has been used, and sometimes exploited without our consent or even awareness. We rarely stop to think about just how much data we give away, oftentimes very unknowingly. I recently watched a video on how much data Uber, for example, collects from its users. And if you take time to read the fine print on Uber's terms and conditions, which we don't, because once your ride has arrived, you're good to go, you'll discover that the company reserves the right to use your data. Okay, how you rate it, how you rate their service, if they take any photos during your ride, all the data that they collect, almost anything under the sun, and they reserve the right to use that data. We have in so many ways granted them that leeway. And especially in Africa, where, oftentimes we don't go to read that fine print. Even though some of the clauses in those terms and conditions clearly contravene our own data protection laws. But that is not always the case. Uber could use that data for business presentations, for marketing, for meetings with investors. I think it's about time we began to call these practices out and assert that our voices must shape how data is collected, how it is governed, and how it is used. When we link data to human development, we remind ourselves that behind every data point is a student who's looking for education, is a patient who's seeking healthcare, is a community striving to improve its livelihood. Data must reflect and respond to these human realities. Reclaiming our data futures is about ensuring that data works for all of us, not just for the powerful, not just for those who are connected, but for every citizen whose future depends on fair, inclusive, and transparent growth. We have seen, for example, how the political class misuse data to divide us, to pit communities against each other. We must therefore reclaim the power of data to heal rather than to harm, to light rather than to obscure, and to build rather than to break. So as we begin the discussions today, I'd like to invite all of us to think beyond the tools and the technologies that you will encounter in the sessions ahead. Instead, let's also spend some time thinking about the people, on the collective vision of our continent, where data empowers rather than marginalizes. Think for a moment about the kinds of data that you have collected in your everyday work and ask yourself, has this data made a difference in the lives of those it was drawn from? Has it informed decisions that uplift the communities of future generations? And if not, I don't think we are too late. Let's, try and take a more proactive approach to always ask, what does this data tell me? And how can I use it to make a difference where it truly matters? And I'm asking myself those same questions. So let this be a moment where we not only reclaim our data, but also our collective power to shape this great continent of ours. So welcome again, and I wish you very fruitful deliberations. Asanteni sana.
Guys, you heard I have an appraisal meeting after this. Clap for her better. Thank you so much, Dr. Booker. I loved what she said. She said, let's think beyond the tools, but let's think of the people and the entire continent. I think thinking holistically about data is a very powerful thing. Next is someone who I met 3 years ago. So the person who leads the data office is Farhana. She's not with us today, but we had a discussion between me and her 3 years ago when someone from Philip's organization came and asked me, "Oh, we are coming to Nairobi and we need to look for a partner." And I said, "I know the right place to place DataFest." And it's been 3 years of a wonderful relationship between us and Policy. Please clap for Policy. So this man who's coming, you can see his bio on the screen for sure. But I want to tell you that how many know Aquaman? Aquaman, watch the movie. Just raise your hand. It's okay. Okay, this man really loves water. And his name is Philip. Please, Philip. He's a program director at Policy. A round of applause for him.
I just got a superhero introduction, and someone was shocked to see who was standing up. Good morning, everyone. I bring you fresh greetings from Kampala, Uganda. Sorry, I'm messing this up. Benson, sorry, I just messed up the screen. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. And to the Aga Khan University, we do appreciate you. Like Benson has said, we've enjoyed an amazing partnership for the past 3 years. And I'm glad to see that we continue building and a community around data. DataFest Africa is a vibrant gathering, like Professor Nancy has said, a vibrant gathering of diverse stakeholders from government officials to civil society, to researchers, to creatives, to technologists. So if you're asking yourself, who is DataFest for? It is for you, and it is for everyone. We're trying to see that we get both technical and non-technical community to participate in the data conversation and shape the data future. This year's theme, on reclaiming our data futures reflects our deep belief as an organization or as a consortium, that is Policy and Aga Khan University, that data and technology, when used with care, creativity, and collective power, can liberate rather than oppress. Across Africa, many communities are already showing us what is possible, from grassroots data activism, which has happened a couple months just here in Nairobi, to innovation, to innovative digital solutions that are crafted for local benefit. The timing for this theme, which is reclaiming our data future, is so critical because across the continent, data governance is gaining prominence. And I want to cite out the African Union Data Policy Framework that probably a lot of you have interacted with, that does provide a framework on how we can govern our data responsibly and inclusively as Africans, right? I think I've been a part of lots of conversations where people have been not complaining, but rather pointing out how we are already speaking out on laws and frameworks that are coming out of other jurisdictions. And I think we have frameworks like the AUDPF that provide us a clear framework, an Africanized framework on how we can govern our data as a continent responsibly and inclusively. The challenge, however, the challenging part of this is how do we co-create, around data today? How do we turn this vision that the AUDPF lays out into reality that for the millions of people whose lives are shaped by data every day? Now, as we officially get into the data festivals, I call them the data festivals because we have a series of activities that are happening in Uganda and Kenya. Of course, we are hosted and launched by the Aga Khan University today, which, by the way, has laid out lots of best practices and lessons to be picked on how data can be used to tackle some of Africa's most pressing issues stemming from education and health. Next week, on the 23rd of October, we'll be headed to Lira. Has anyone been to Lira before? Anyone knows where Lira is? Of course, it is in Uganda. We'll be headed to Lira, a city that is in the Lango sub-region, in the northern region of Uganda. And fun fact for you, about 5 years ago, Lira was officially elevated to a city status as part of Uganda's government commitment to create new cities across the country. So it is one of those target data cities that is being explored by policy and partners to explore how data can inform their decision making and ultimately transform Lira into a resilient city capable of adapting to changes like economic shifts, population fluctuations, resource consumption, infrastructure adjustments, and climate change. We're headed to Lira for DataFest right after this event today for many reasons. Of course, one that I've just mentioned, it being a new city that is being piloted as a data city that could leverage data to, springboard itself. But mainly, we seek to decentralize this conversation, right? So this satellite event, the satellite event that will be hosted by Amara Hub, shall create space for the underrepresented communities of voices to shape the region's data future. There will be guided by the question on how do we turn local data into local power. And we hope that the dialogue there too can help us co-create practical action-oriented reflections on building a data future that empowers and serves people at the grassroots. While at it, while we get into the data festivals, I want to implore us all and add to the voice of Professor that has just been here, that as a community of practitioners seated in this room today, and of course, you've got to, just find out who is in the room. Just from the icebreaker that Benson was doing, you can already tell there's people coming out of finance, there's people coming out of insurance, there's students. So as a diverse community that is in this room, most importantly as African citizens, but also most importantly as data subjects, because all of us are data subjects here that are privy to some of the downsides of data misuse that Professor has been talking about. I want us to ponder and reiterate just two critical questions that we should all ponder on. One is, how can data move beyond serving institutions to truly empowering communities, right? How do we move how do we shift the data ecosystem from working for powerful institutions and rather working for communities that need it? The patients that we've talked about that need healthcare, the communities that need water, and the very many needs that we do have in our communities and the people do have in the communities. And so, of course, the panel that is going to be, I think, coming right after this, these opening remarks, is going to be diving right into this. The second question is, how do we humanize data governance? As an organization and policy, we've gone out to, explore what are the creative means that we can use to get people to understand issues around data and digital rights, from gamification to using mirrors in communities. Because every time we get into rooms and talk about, the very big lingua that we use around authentication, and the software developers in the room can tell you the much technological lingua that we do use, people tend to disengage. Yes? Yet we are saying, how can we as African people reclaim our data futures? So part of the things that I want us to ponder on is, how do we humanize this conversation around data governance? These questions are especially urgent because now data shapes much of our society, how we access opportunities, how power is distributed, and how innovations are realized. We see risks too, including data extraction without our consent, right? From the cameras that are and the surveillance that happens in our countries, to the apps that we use on our phones, to the very many things. We have a whole community of platform workers that are being subjected to unfair working conditions, and the very many other ways that data is extracted from us without our consent. We are also seeing inequalities that are amplified by biased systems, from biased AI systems, and digital economies that leave African creators and workers behind. As policy, we are committed to an Afro-feminist and community-centered approach to data governance. This means not only pushing for fair policies and stronger accountability mechanisms, but centering digital autonomy, dignity, and joy in ways that data is collected, used, and owned. Over the next few weeks, like I've mentioned, through a series of conversations, workshops, and demonstrations. And speaking about demonstrations, I also want to invite you to explore the data museum that has been set up by the Aga Khan University. Is that still happening? Yeah. And that will also be happening in Kampala. We did have one of those last year. And like I've said, we're trying to get all the ways to paint a picture on what the data ecosystem looks like right now. What opportunities does it present, but also what risks come with it. So I implore you to interact with the museum, and DataFest commits to 2025 commits to creating a space where all voices can contribute to a transformed digital future. One, where data truly serves people, particularly the most vulnerable and historically excluded. Today's pre-event is a valuable part of us building that momentum, igniting our collective imagination, and beginning important dialogues that we carry forward, that we can all carry forward into our own practices. I don't want to leave this platform without sincerely appreciating the Aga Khan University and through the Data Innovation Office for the valuable and defining collaboration that we've enjoyed over the past couple of years, and the community that we've built around making it easier for more people to use powerful analytics daily, shorten the path from data to insight, and inspire bold discoveries that drive progress. That is your mission. I pulled it out of your website. Yeah. Please join us in appreciating the Aga Khan University for the support and everything that they've done to make this work. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope that you get value out of this conversation. And thank you for being part of this journey as we reclaim Africa's data future.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for Philip. Philip, before you go, there's a protocol that I saw in a lot of government offices, but I'm going to share this responsibility to both you and Professor Nancy Booker. Do you officially open this event?
So you want me to do the political thing? Okay. And with that, I declare this event officially open.
How about you, Philip?
By the powers vested in me, I declare DataFest Africa 2020.
Thank you very much. All right. I want you guys to stand up just for a hot second. Just a hot second. I want to teach you a chant that we're going to use to energize ourselves the entire day. So you repeat. I'm going to say something, and then you guys repeat back. Okay? So the first one is when I say way, you guys say way. Okay? I repeat. Way. Way. The next one is I'm gonna say Zakuba Kuba. You say hu ha. Okay? Zakuba Kuba. So way. Zakuba Kuba. Hu ha. Okay, get some energy. Yeah, let's go. Okay, let's use our hands and your voice. Way. Zakuba Kuba. Zakuba Kuba. Zakuba Kuba. Hu ha. Hu ha. Hu ha. Thank you very much. Have a seat. Okay. I hope you guys feel like you're starting in a good way. Just a few things for housekeeping. The bathrooms are right on adjacent to the elevators. Okay. So when you walk out right here, you'll see the elevators. The gents is on the far end. There's a water dispenser you're going to see. Use there. And the girls are just before this corridor. As Philip said, we do have a museum and exhibition hall. So during tea time, I highly recommend the next room right there. Once you get out, is where the exhibition is. Please go see what's happening there. There's a lot of cool things, a lot of cool people you're going to meet. So let's move on to our fast lightning talk. This is from Jack Ngare. Jack, are you in the building? I just want to pop your head. Yes, thank you, Jack. I hadn't noticed you. And I've been looking for you. So nice to see you. Jack is the technical lead at Google, and his lightning talk is on scaling tech for Africa's future. How can engineers, innovation build systems that grow with Africa's needs? You're welcome, Jack.
Thank you.
Round of applause for him, please.
Okay, so I just like to make a disclaimer.
I'm here as Jack Ngare, not representing Google. And the simple fact is that it'll go through a long process of me getting approval to speak about anything to do with data. Um, Usually when I come for data fests and then anyone talks about data privacy, they always look at me. So I'm here as myself, and just a correction, I'm not I'm in the office of the CTO of Google, and not necessarily working with the Google Kenya folks. So again, so don't tell them there's a guy who came here and told us about data. So you guys have to do what he says you have to do. Um, so what do we do as office of the CTO? So we are a bunch of global folks. 20 of us, maybe about 25 now, who work with the world's largest organizations globally and trying to figure out, where Google's technologies fall short, and then build sort of pathways to how we can improve on it. And a big part of it is the data signals that we get. Um, uh, and I actually just came in this morning, so I came here straight away because when Farhana and Aga Khan University tell me to jump, I always say how high. Uh, but also I'm not sure if they'll mobilize students to come to anyway. Let me focus. So I'll speak a little bit about the topic, and I'll veer a little bit off topic, just a bit here and there, but I'll come back again. Um, and I'll start off by giving just 4 stories when I think about data in Africa and how it addresses the needs for the continent and beyond. What are some of the things that I think about? And I'll give you one. Anyone heard about a project that was launched by Google maybe about 10 years ago called Project Loon, Loon? So if you've not heard about it, it's about a couple of balloons that were put into the sky. And the idea here was that, parts of Africa had very limited coverage in terms of data. So whether you're talking about 3G, 4G, 5G, and if it was available, it was probably very expensive. And this is well before Starlink. Um, and so these balloons, think about hot air balloons, would come. Actually, they were launched in Panama. If you'd believe that, and then over a couple of months, I think it was about 4 months, they flew all the way using currents and then landed somewhere in Laikipia constituency in Kenya, and the idea was to broadcast internet to the folks there. There were about 3 or 4 of them, and so they would take turns. So because of air currents, some of them would shift towards Mozambique, and then come back up again with the Indian Ocean currents back to Laikipia. So they would shift. So at one particular point, there's always one balloon that's seeing the Laikipia constituency. Those of you who have not been there, it's a place that can be very remote, but there are a lot of folks who live there. Yeah, so it worked for a couple of months. Then it was in partnerships with Telcom Kenya, but then the project stopped, and that team was shut down and moved to other things. And one of the key lessons there is that you can only run philanthropic services for so long. There has to be a sustainable model of who's going to pay for it. I think similar initiatives were run by Facebook in terms of giving free internet access. And one of the things that I think the realization is coming to a lot of folks like us in technology here in Africa is that as much as there are all these credits, as much as there are all these technologies that are given to us, there has to be always a sustainable model if you're working in Africa. There's no always this capital horizon that can be always extended. It has to show return. But an interesting story out of it is that Project Loon, the balloon that was being managed, it was not there's no one sitting in Silicon Valley that was controlling it with a joystick like a drone. It was actually managing itself. It was using artificial intelligence and something we call reinforcement learning. Those of you who are in data and in AI would appreciate that. And that was the first time it was used in real world scenarios, something we call reinforcement learning. And one of the guys who was running that project was in the University of Toronto, which was seconded to DeepMind, which is Google DeepMind. And out of it, there was a paper that was released called Attention is All You Need. And part of the training of AI was reinforcement learning. And he quoted the balloons in Eastern Africa that were sort of compensating for the ocean currents, the wind, the avionics, etc. And that made its way all the way to ChatGPT, to Gemini, to all the AI technologies we use today. What does that teach us? Out of simple experiments in places like Africa, you discover how you can build scalable technologies that now impact the world throughout. So second order type innovations. So, one of the things that we think about in Africa is that once the technology doesn't work, we throw it away and we start off something new. Perhaps there's also some technology that we have built, some IP that we have known that can be monetized into second and third order technologies into the future. Just like that particular reinforcement learning technique is now used by ChatGPT, Gemini, etc. That's the first story, Loon. Second story I have is Jacaranda Health. In 2000, I think it was 2022 when I joined Google. One of the first initiatives we ran, at least just as we call it 20% in Google. 20% is where you're given 20% to work on anything you like doing. So for me, maternal health was something that was always, interesting to me in terms of how can we get a lot of folks, um, especially it's hard to come by in remote areas, especially from places where some of us came from. It's very hard. So how do you improve that sort of um, um, a healthcare service to especially to mothers and newborns? And one of the things we tried to do was using a simple device that GE was kind enough to share some of its IP to miniaturize it, and all you have to do is put it in a mother's belly, and then using 3G or 4G, it's able to send to the cloud, and then it's able to run some heuristics. Back then we didn't have AI, but now it's transitioned to AI, so it was using heuristics to interpret the whole health status of the fetus. And that impacted about, I think the first time we ran it, it impacted about 250,000 mothers. What did that teach us? It teaches us that at the point of time, you need some IP that you borrow from other places where the technology has advanced. And you need their permission and you need to incorporate it. But then you need to also customize it. Some of us, when we buy cars here in Kenya, we take it to a place called Kirinyaga Road. I see some of you are smiling because, I've seen some of you there with me. Anyway, I cannot never. But you tropicalize it for the local conditions. And so, but without the car in the first place, there's nothing to take there. So whether it's a Toyota or whatever car it is, you take it there, you tropicalize it, you use it, you now make it fit for purpose for use in this environment. So with that sort of technology, we took it from GE, made sure that it's able to fit our sort of local environment, improved on it, and now GE is actually shipping it worldwide because they said, look, ours is a bit too bulky, it's too big. This kind of meets the need for even remote places in the US because they have also the same challenges. You'd be surprised. To get a specialist in some parts of the US, you have a 3 months waiting list. So why don't we digitize some of these things and push it on? So again, similar story where you can actually use borrowed IP globally in Africa, tropicalize it, and then scale it for the world. A third story I'll give you is one that I learned, and I touched it a little bit more in terms of, remember the paper I said, attention is all you need? Has anyone heard about that paper? Attention is all you need. Yeah? Okay. Some of you are nodding, some of you are like, what is he talking about? So you can Google it. And I wasn't advertising there. I was just saying Google it. You can Google it, but it's one of those interesting papers that actually ushered the whole revolution of AI as we know it today. And what happened? So this bunch of 6 researchers and 1 intern, believe it or not, an intern who had just finished university. Actually, I think he was in his 4th year of university on industrial attachment. Wrote a paper about how we call them transformers, can actually be used to get more data in. I'm trying to dumb it down a little bit so that an AI platform can understand context even more. Because before, what would happen is that you'd put in one word after another, and then on the other side, let's say if you tell an AI platform, interpret it into Swahili, it will take this is a car, and then it'll interpret it into Swahili one after the other. So if you recall, I think if those of you who are as old as I am, if you recall in around 2015, if you go to Google Translate and you try and translate, let's say, something from English to Swahili, it gives some weird translation because sometimes we interchange words. Because it was doing sequentially, it wasn't doing parallel. So that's why you'd find that, but now it's a lot better. And the reason why it's a lot better is because of this transformer model, and that was what that paper wrote. 6 researchers and 1 intern. But what happened after it was written? It was shelved. Fantastic research, great work. You guys deserve a bonus, maybe. I'm not sure if they did. And then they looked at it and said, "Hey, we're onto something here." And so when they said they're onto something, a lot of them resigned from Google. And where did they go and work or set up? OpenAI. And said that paper will change the world. And so they went and implemented it in OpenAI, released ChatGPT as one of the first releases. So, folks, I'm sure there was some VP or some senior guy in Google was like, what happened? I mean, we had this paper for it was released in 2016. And for 4 or 5 years, we did nothing about it. And now it's changing everything. What does that tell us? It tells us that the research work you do, you may not necessarily see the value right now. And in many times, I see a lot of folks, especially in Africa, we build research papers. We always feel frustrated about it, that it's not seeing the light of day, like perhaps there's no capital infusion coming in. But, one of the encouragement I'll give folks here, researchers in the DataFest, is that there's always going to be someone who'll come along and monetize some of the research you do, if you do it in the right sort of way. It may not necessarily be you or your organization, but the way they say, a rising tide lifts all boats, your research will definitely rise all boats into the future. So take heart, keep doing those research work, keep digging into problems, etc. The last one, and this is just a personal, it's still, again, a personal opinion. We have to balance between things that we call, for example, sovereignty versus larger markets. If you had 100 shillings and I told you, you're going to invest in a market of 1 billion people, or I told you that 100 shillings, you'll invest in a market of 60 million people, which one will you take? 1 billion people, hands down. Why? Because it's a bigger economy, more people. It's a law of averages. You higher chances of success. And so one of the things that we have to grapple with as Africans is how do we break down the barriers that the data regulation in Kenya, which is part of the East Africa community, is completely different or is not speaking to what is required in Uganda or Tanzania, and they all work independently. Yet it's supposed to be a common market. So when our startups, our innovators, folks want to innovate, you have to get data privacy, the Office of the Data Protection Officer in Kenya certification. You have to go to Tanzania, do the same thing, go to Uganda, do the same thing, and 53 other countries. You will never scale. You will never build anything that is going to, you'll have to be first a regulatory company before you're a data company. And so we need some sort of harmony that exists there. The second thing is, how do we balance protection with also creating opportunities for our young people? And that I have no answer for. And it's something I've grappled with a lot. If you think about, and I'm not saying we should do the same thing, but if you think about why Asian economies grow, take for example China. They said we're going to relax all IP laws so that our young people can use whatever software they want, whatever hardware they want. They can deconstruct it, reverse engineer it, learn from it, and build. That was their path. I'm not saying ours is the same, but how do we democratize all the technology that exists out there while protecting? But at the same time, know that someone sitting in Nyamira cannot afford to buy, let's say, Office 365 for argument's sake, and deconstruct it. He has to get a license. So we have to think about how do we get accessibility to the hands of all our people, but at the same time allow them to innovate. And I have no answer to that. Some that folks here need to ponder, and there are people here who are smarter than me who can give answers. But that is my view. I think my 15 minutes are up. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for him. That's an amazing talk. So that was our fast lightning talk. I think what I really picked out of it is knowledge created through research can be really powerful. At the Graduate School of Media and Communications, we do quite a lot of research. So if you're interested in any of our researches, please follow me or follow my boss. Um, we can both help you out with this. Um, Fun fact about our last speaker. He's a closet comic strip artist, okay, which is something I did not see coming at all. Then I noticed something else in his bio that him and Philip have something in common. They both love water. But for him, it's a little bit extreme. Um, it's something that we expect a lot of Europeans to do, but he does it. She's an anomaly. He's definitely an outlier. He likes deep sea fishing. Okay, so let's give a round of applause for our resident talk. This comes from someone who's working in data science. He works at a very interesting company where a friend of mine actually is a co-founder, Eli, and he wants to come and give us a really quick talk and his specific topic. Angie, if you're in the building, please support him. Um, so we are introducing Anthony. Anthony is a data scientist. Fun fact about Anthony is Joyce said that she's in transition for work. Joyce, just raise your hand so people can see. She's in transition for work. Um, so when Anthony was thinking about how he stumbled into data science is through ChatGPT, which is really crazy for me to hear. Um, so he saw how this thing is working and he was so intrigued. And yeah, he stopped what he was doing and got into data science. So, ladies and gentlemen, Anthony.
Hello, good morning. Sorry, I have a very heavy laptop. I get it set up. How is everyone feeling? You're good? Okay, okay.
They're working on it. We're requesting for his slides. Okay, as he's getting ready. They're there. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so Anthony, it's a really good opportunity to be here at Aga Khan. It's my first time here, but I'm very honored to be here as your speaker. Yeah, so I'm from Signverse. Signverse is a just to give a brief introduction about Signverse, we are an assistive technology startup. We are based here in Nairobi. What we are trying to do is bridging the communication gap between the hearing and the deaf by creating digital translation tools. What I mean by that is how do you take text and translate that into human-centered design, accessibility, and data. Okay, so when we usually talk about data futures, what actually comes into our mind usually is speed, efficiency, and sometimes predictive models getting deeper and smarter. But I think the real questions that we usually leave out when we're talking about data futures is whose futures are we designing for, and who is designing that future. That I think is the real questions that we should be asking. So the current data systems that we have right now are extractive. What I mean by extractive are they are optimized to collect as much data from users as much as possible, and this leads to systemic bias, which you usually experience. And sometimes this bias isn't seen as a bias; it's fixed, and sometimes it's a feature prioritizing efficiency over human complexity. So what you're going to explore is how human-centered design principle, which is in the kind of accessibility, can be used to develop um, uh, low bias system that's economies that are we can use as a blueprint for more ethical data governance and reliable AI. So the inaccessibility architecture of the backstage, and what I mean by the backstage is the technical details or the technical architecture that we currently have in our data systems. Um, and I'll specifically talk about AI because I think AI is what most companies use data for nowadays, is where you're having machine learning algorithms predicting patterns from data, and this can sometimes lead to normative traps. And what I mean by that is, as these machine algorithms learn patterns from data, it structurally excludes the non-normative cases. That is, people whose need and data is different and complex. Machine learning systems intentionally leave out these outliers to minimize complexity, and exclusion is baked in the system. So what are the human design principles that we can borrow? And that is designing not for the average users, designing with actual human difference, and applying this to data systems and changing the entire goal. And that is moving away from data economies that just extract data from people, to that which genuinely empowers them. So these are the four core lessons that you can borrow from accessibility. So Signverse, we are dealing with accessibility primarily, and that is trying to make digital systems to be accessible for the deaf. So the first one is participation. We're going to talk about more on that, but consent, transparency, and care, and embracing partiality. So participation. So I think this is the most fundamental one. And this arises from the data systems that we have, or the data pipelines that we usually have, and that is getting from data collection to data analysis to actually training AI models. So there is a mandate that actually stands from accessibility, and that is nothing about us without us. I think most of us have heard about that slogan, and this is how you get the community involved. And the community is involved in how data is used. The community is involved in determining the rules. That is what is collected, how it's labeled and categorized, who gets to use it, and how any benefits generated flows get back to them. The second one is transparency and care. This is talks mostly to being honest about the limitation of your systems. I think most of the times the talk is usually centered around how systems are getting better, and not talking about the limitation of that system. So just being honest about it, I think being honest is gives accountability in data systems. The second one, or another way of that, is doing system audits, and this system audits is where you can involve the community or the marginalized groups in doing this system audits, knowing if the system is actually not living out the biases that may arise from that systemic bias that we have seen. The second one is consent. So we all know the current digital experience in consent, where you are given a very long page, and they necessarily or they do that intentionally so that you can't read it, and then you scroll back, you scroll down, and just tick a box, and you get to you get to experience the system. So that our current consent experience is fundamentally inaccessible, and the way we can change that is when we're giving out these consent forms is using plain languages. You can use different modes, that is text, voice explanations, or visuals, and ensuring people actually understand what they're agreeing to. Consent also needs to be an ongoing process, a relationship, and not a one-time checkbox. Consent is, I believe, is a living agreement and not just that static legal shield that we usually experience in platforms. The other one is embracing partiality. We usually have this idea in data scientists while we're collecting data is always chasing that clean universal data, or trying to flatten reality into clean rows and columns. But we all know that reality is not flat that way. The reality is very complex, especially in human knowledge. Human experience is always partial and always situated. So embracing that partiality, I think this is much experienced in the work that we do at Signverse. So as we're collecting this signs from different areas, from different people, from different ages, usually come to a realization that we can't collect all the diversity that exists in that data, and we come to embrace that partiality that exists, and knowing that especially in sign language, that diversity is needed for efficient communication. The other one is adaptive governance. So there is some access control policies that one can embed. We usually have policy-based access control and rule-based access control. I'll just give an example of what role-based access control usually involves. And this is where you are asked who you are and what is your role, and you are given access to data sets. And what accessibility teaches about in that adaptive governance is actually trying to embed policy-based access control. What I mean by policy access-based control is you're not asked who you are or what is your role. You're actually asked, why do you need this data? An example would be access or a policy on sensitive health data that gives access based on research purposes, and automatically restrict purpose based on targeted marketing. So the intent behind the user is what is used to guide this access control to data sets such as healthcare. At Signverse, we're currently collecting around 20,000 signs, and these signs are actually to be used in research purposes. We are having talks on how we can open source this data, and I think policy-based access control will inform us most on that. Yeah. Another one would be policy mandates. So what I mean by this is organizations adapting maturity models. An example would be the WCAG, which is used for web content accessibility guidelines. And what I mean by that is accessibility not becoming just as a compliance checker, but actually an organization can use a mandate leveraging employees with disabilities as domain expert, actively involved in auditing systems, informing decisions from the start. Okay, wrapping up. We have talked about how accessibility informs us um, on creating human-centered data systems. And one of my best quote is, "Technology needs to listen before it speaks." What I mean by this is technology adapting to people and not the other way around, where you have people adapting to rigid systems. That, I believe, the real path towards real data justice. So moving away from the norm, leaving obsession with the average, and towards pluralism with genuineness. Yeah, that is my part. I'm sorry, I'm not a very good public speaker, but I think I've tried. This is my first time being with a lot of people. Yeah, but what I hope is that maybe you've gotten some of the bits that I was trying to convey, even though you've not fully, but I think you've found something in that. It's an absolute honor being here, and I appreciate your attention. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause. Wonderful, wonderful lightning talk from a startup that's doing really great work to have people who are deaf speak better, or let's say be able to communicate with the rest of us in better ways. Anthony also happens to be a Chelsea fan, so if you're a Chelsea fan, please follow him. Next person is an artist, actually, and he's going to be guiding us through our first panel. He also happens to be a classmate of mine. He's a really great communicator, a senior communication person at the United Nations, a person who I've seen challenge the norm. I want to invite our moderator for the first panel just before our break, Mr. Augustine Parani. Please, a round of applause for Augustine.
Thank you so much, Benson. When I had that introduction, I was actually sitting down because I wasn't sure that was me, especially when you said an artist. I was like, yeah, because if you listen even to my voice, there are things you just accept. You can't really challenge yourself. But I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy for this conversation that is very close to my heart around issues of data. So I'm hoping that you're going to have a very interesting 1 hour to be able to look at this. So before I start, I am joined by an incredible list of practitioners who bring unique experience into this conversation, and I'd like to call them to the stage in no particular order. I'll start with Annette Opiu. Annette is from the Nubian Rights Forum, and she works with a rights-based perspective, challenging us to think about inclusion, digital identity, and justice in data governance. Annette, if you're in, please join us. And I also want to welcome again Susan Gatura. Susan is the founder of Phoenix KE Analytics, and she has built one of Kenya's most vibrant communities, nurturing data, literacy and mentorship that bridges gender and generational divides. Susan? Yes. And next, I would also want to invite Andrew Karanja. Andrew is a data scientist at Icon Data and Learning Labs Africa. His work centers around translating complex climate and soil data into practical insights that farmers and policymakers can use. We are also joined with Beatrice Wambui. Beatrice is the coordinator at Water Ambassadors. Beatrice works around data and works with the new generation of youth leaders driving science and environmental data action. And last but not least, Dennis Kevogo. Dennis is an AI strategist and co-founder of Prescott Data, and his work looks at connecting the evolving why of AI, but also looking at issues of how do we build trust, ethics, and African innovation into future data systems. So karibu. So this is the amazing panel that is actually joining us today. When we think of data, most of the time, what comes to mind is issues of algorithms, spreadsheets, and numbers. And it appears very, very complex. And if you happen to be in any organization, data is one of the most technical things that you can think of. But we forget that data is part of our lives. It's part of us every day. Day-to-day data concerns how farmers are able to predict rain patterns, what to plant. Right now, we have a lot of AI and innovation technology. We have a bit of assistive technology that also helps to track our health metrics. So data is part of us and every day-to-day data. Part of this conversation is looking at how do we then not turn communities to just recipient of data, but also critical component that they can be able to shape this data. And that's part of the conversation. So I'd like to start by a round of introduction, just quick. Please tell us about you and why this topic is important to you. So in no particular order, I'm going to start with Susan.
Hi, hello everybody. My name is Susan Gatura. I am a senior analytics specialist and also I run Phoenix K Analytics, which is a data community. For me, where I'm passionate about data is because I have seen the transformation that it has done for industries and for people. And it also makes you see the world in a different lens where you're able to call out inefficiencies, you're able to see opportunities that nobody else can see. So it gives you a sense of freedom. Yeah, thank you.
Morning, everyone. Dennis Kevogo is my name, co-founder Prescott Data. I've been in the AI space for about 6 years or so. Why data is quite passionate for me is because I've tried to set up business in Kenya as well as in the United Kingdom. And setting up business in the United Kingdom is far much easier than here. And what that simply means is African startups in AI and data are having a real struggle. And the real struggle is to say that what will data be of help to us in the near future as compared to the other economies. So the real story is it of impact to us or it's not of real impact to us? That's why I've always felt, and I still do feel, that data sits right near to my heart. Yep. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Annette Opio, Digital Rights Officer with the Nubian Rights Forum organization. The reason why data is very important to me is because for years I've worked with minority and marginalized ethnic communities whose data has not been taken into consideration for quite some time in terms of the frameworks that are put in place and maybe basic or major policies that are surround issues of citizenship or nationality. Yeah, so from there, I think that is where I get most of my passion of data because I get to teach them to the different communities. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Karanja, and I am the data scientist at Icon Data and Learning Labs. So at Icon Data, we are a non-governmental organization that does much of data advocacy, data science, the whole ecosystem of data. So looking at why we are here and why data is important to me is because for the past 1 year, one of our projects has been in Ahero, and which has ballooned to across the country. So what we are doing is we are utilizing machine learning and we're utilizing data to be able to identify how rice, fish, and indigenous vegetables can be farmed within first Ahero and also the various rice irrigation schemes across the country. So looking at how to be able to present this, because our first data points, our first people who are impacted by the work that we do are the farmers. And that is something that is really close to my heart, because it's the work that you're able to look at it and you're able to see that it's going to touch lives. And that's the reason why data is so important to me.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wamboi Beatrice. I'm coordinator. I lead an organization called Africa Water Ambassadors. This is a youth organization that works to promote and manage matters to do with water resource management. And our work, especially on matters data, is very important. And for me as a citizen scientist, I feel like most of the time we are very disconnected with our community, especially when it comes to the data that we are getting from them. Because at the end of the day, we find that the data structure and accessibility and even how affordable it is, it's always from a top-down approach. So given the fact that citizen scientist is an approach where we get directly to work with communities and they can be able to collect and analyze this data together, it gives us the chance to be able to help communities understand what this data means to them. And that is what we work as Africa Water Ambassadors to ensure that communities understand what means this data for them and to come up with solutions for the challenges that are highlighted from this data.
Thank you so much, all. As you can see, this is a very varied and diversified panel with a lot of unique experiences. So when the focus of our conversation today is around community-centered data infrastructure, just not looking at data, but also looking at how do we empower but enable communities to be able to shape and influence data. And if you look, for example, across Kenya, data has often served institutions more than it has served people. But we're also beginning to see a shift from this, from young innovators that are working with the AIs, from farmers that are optimizing climate data, but also to how data is impacting our day-to-day life. This is beginning to shift and people are taking more control of their data. We're seeing that communities are now beginning to not only collect, but interpret their own data and tailor their data to be able to for their own needs. So the essence of this conversation is how then do we build data ecosystem that not only empower, but rather extract and ensure that local insights also shape national priorities and data policies. And I'm going to start with Annette, because you starting us from a rights perspective. And in many communities, digital identity has both been an enabler and an exclusion tool. How can we redesign data systems so that consent and trust become the starting point rather than afterthoughts?
Okay, thank you so much. So one of the major ways that we're going to redesign a data system with consent and trust is first by ensuring that digital identity programs, they must shift from the top down to bottom up. Now, this is how we do it. Now, when you're making decisions around consent or trust in terms of the data or whatever digital ecosystem that you are introducing to the people must be involved. First of all, we have to shift from surveillance to empowerment. How do we do that? Now we have to prioritize data minimization. Okay. We have to collect and store data, only data that is relevant and important to that specific institution. Now, having an example of the previous digital ID in Kenya, that is the Huduma number. Now, during the Huduma number, there was a lot of information or maybe personal data that was collected from Kenyans. Data that constitutionally wasn't right, it was not supposed to be collected. Now, the type of data, this kind of data, leaves a person very vulnerable to such things as surveillance. So let us try and integrate it. Let us try and change the terms of how data is how data is collected, which information is required. From this perspective, you're going to find yourself empowering the community. The community is not going to see itself as very vulnerable from the many information that is required from it. Something else is center communities through inclusive and participatory design. Okay, so when you're involving, when you want to, come up with an ecosystem, a digital ecosystem, like for example, the digital ID, then the people have to be there from the onset, from the designing of the ecosystem, from the frameworks that are put in charge of this type of ecosystem. The moment the community becomes the center, then they feel included. And when they're included, it is easy for them to consent. And there you will get the trust that you require. Yes.
Thank you so much, Annette. Andrew, and how farmers are closer to your heart. And even as you transition from issues of understanding concept, and they also provide one a lot of data that is used not only for scientific purposes. So even as you transition, I'm looking at your work and you're speaking about translating complex climate data into actionable insights. But I'm thinking, what design principles should institutions put in place and tools that are understandable and trusted by smallholder farmers and taking into account the knowledge gap, but also the digital divide?
Thank you so much. And this is a very important question, one that myself I'm tackling with as well, and also one that has allowed me to be able to understand from a farmer point of view, because you find that one of the key things to look at is clarity, because farmers there's the complexity of machine learning, and there's the clarity that the farmers need to understand. So translating that and building systems that are able to translate that for the farmers becomes one of the critical points. And another thing I would like to mention is that as a data scientist, one of the many ways or the key ways for you to be able to present your insights is usually through visuals, because it's more understandable for you to be able to show a graph or a chart. So another thing is, how do we present the charts? How do we craft those charts so that our farmers are able to understand? So that's where now local context comes in. Being able to look at within, say, a hero irrigation scheme. There are the farmers, there are women who are farmers, there are men who are farmers, and also there are young people who are farmers. So how are you able to trickle down the information to be able to be understandable by them? Another thing is co-designing. So you have what you have in mind as a data scientist, you have as a policymaker, you have what you have in mind. But without being able to speak to the farmers directly, you won't be able to get adoption. And one key thing, especially in what I've been working on so far, is that for you to be able to to get farmers to adopt something, you need to be able to co-design with them. They need to understand why. Why do you want us to introduce fish to our rice irrigation schemes? I mean, we've been doing rice all this while. So why should we change? So there is that friction that comes in, and that is where the co-designing that comes in really critical. Yeah.
Just a quick follow-up, and I'm going to throw this back to you, Andrew, and bring in Annette again. Even one of the biggest frustration when it comes to co-design is communities are used very well as prototypes. But when the products are done, when the products come into market, there's always a bridge. Either they can't even manage to afford the same product, and the feedback loop is broken. And that really hampers community trust, and especially in this kind of innovation. So how then do we ensure that there's a complete loop and that communities are involved, not just from the ideation, but also from the fruition of these products when it comes to data?
Thank you so much for that question. And I think it's really important. So when you're looking at co-designing, one thing that is coming across is the whole cycle. So similar to what you have in data science, a life cycle, you need to have a cycle for co-designing with the farmers. So when you are in a room and you are a policymaker, you need to have a farmer in there. They need to be able to, from the onset, to be able to understand why we would like them to adopt this, why I would like them to do this. And during the presenting or during the actual work itself, they need to be able to come in to give some feedback, because that feedback allows the product itself to be able to become one that they can adopt themselves. Yeah.
Annette, coming from a rights perspective, how do we build trust when community trust has been consistently been broken, especially with the lack of a continuous feedback loop?
Yeah, I think one of the major ways would be having collective consent and governance. Now, when you're collecting data from a person, first of all, decisions on data collection and use and the management, it needs to come from the community. Now, this is to mean that the community should not be data subjects. They should play a key role in coming up with the whatever is entailed and whatever within the ecosystem that is required. One thing that also needs to be there is representation from the community. When the community finds that it is represented, then it becomes very easy for them to trust whatever it is that is being brought from them. And then one thing that can also be used is public participation. Before a project is brought about, or before you introduce a new ecosystem to, or maybe a framework to the community, involve them, teach them, tell them more about whatever is coming along, so that from that you will be able to get key perspectives from the community. Now, going back again to the Huduma number. Now, one of the main loopholes or gaps that we saw is that the communities or the people were not really involved in building the system, and so it came with a lot of loopholes and gaps, and it came with so much lack of legal frameworks to encompass or maybe to protect marginalized and served communities. So it is very important to that when you're designing these ecosystems, let the ideas or let the management of the tools, let the user frameworks come from the community. It is easier for them to go about the ecosystems, and then it also continues to build their trust.
Thank you, Annette. Dennis, I'm going to move to you. When it comes to AI, I think Kenyans, especially young people, have been very well involved in the prototyping, in the design, and the like. So this is not a challenge that we'll see. And we've also been one of the highest users of AIs in the world. But your work in the AI ecosystem, I'm thinking, how then can we also move Africans and African young people from being just consumers models, but also to shape AI frameworks and platforms and tools that correspond to the local realities, so that we're just not used as guinea pigs for global prototypes, but prototypes that are closer home and they're actually solving local realities.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll try to respond in a very practical sense. OpenAI about enables you to build agents. An agent is a tool that can do what you would want to do, but with the absence of the human input. So when OpenAI released the agent builder, you notice that they have a very large developer community, but most of it, less than 1%, comes from Africa. So 3 days after Prescott Data, that's my startup, we also released our agent builder more specifically for healthcare and insurance. and I hope Aga Khan would be able to be one of our early adopters. So one of the things that we've been able to do is that we've been able to release what we call a development toolkit that allows local developers to be able to be part of the process of building and using these agents. So that in its own sense is making sure that we are taking care of the African context. And we had Jack Ngari talk about one of the papers, Attention is all you need. Another paper has just been released with regards to context engineering, or rather contextual awareness. That is to take care of the aspect of cultural intelligence. Can we then say that actually we have taken care of the African values? Can we also say that we've also taken care of the AP that is African based, or it's all about what we have abroad? But again, if you look at it quite keenly, it could be to our disadvantage that we do not have the necessary resources that we need. That is resource disparity compared to the US or even the UK and even China. Look at it now in terms of numbers. 30,000 AI researchers are from China, serious AI researchers, for that matter, who have been able to publish papers. Then let's look at those in America, let's say 10,000. Now let's compare that with Africa. So again, being part of that entire process in ensuring that then the context is local, the context allows us to be builders, allows the community to be able to participate in building what we have, then that it would mean that whatever models that you're developing is taking care of us as Africans locally. I think I'd cite as many examples as possible, but if you look at it quite keenly, it's about giving or preparing, or rather providing proper forums for developers. That's number one, to be able to be part of this. And then taking care of cultural intelligence. Whenever you're developing these models, especially when it comes to human feedback loop, whereby now you want to test your model, you make sure that then you involve the community, just as Andrew had already mentioned, and even Annette as well. It's really important that then we have them to make sure that they are part of this community, especially when it comes to testing these particular models. Yep.
Yes. So you've clearly talked about involving the community in the testing, and I'm just thinking, AI also is very easy to use, but also very complex at the same time. So when you have such model existing, and especially talk of Prescott, which is closer home, how can we build accountability mechanism that community actually understand?
Okay, thank you. I think that's quite an interesting question. Why it is interesting? We have the Global Data Protection Regulations (GDPR) that came in 2016 through the EU. That was said to. She's mentioned one of the principles, that's data minimization. You only limit it to that very specific use. That's purpose limitation as well, and storage limitation, and so on and so forth. So before we even thought about our own context, we already now noticed that the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner had already adopted almost all the 6 or 7 principles of the GDPR. So we already, a data colony, in its own sense, we already have not been able to take care of how we are going to set guardrails in protecting the use of these data. But then looking at it in a different context, whenever you're developing these models, it's important that we look at the aspect of data localization. And by that, let's look at maybe a good example is Aga Khan. Maybe they are quite reluctant to go to the cloud. Why? Because the data center for, say, AWS or Google, mainly in South America, for example, or the Americas. So if anything really happens and there's data leakage and so on and so forth, there are many risks that can be able to occur in that context. But then have they been able to take care of the concept of data localization? So what do we do about that? That is now where a concept called edge computing comes in, which simply means that we can be able to build our model, test our model locally, near the devices, near the source of the data. And in that sense, that we are also taking care and making sure that the guardrails that we've been able to set is already taking care of, or rather making sure that then there is no way we've been able to create any risks as we build our models. Yeah.
Thank you, Dennis. Susan, I'm coming to you, and I'm building up on the aspect of not only building but strengthening the local data models. And I know you've built one of the most vibrant communities through your Phoenix K analytics. How then can we strengthen community-led initiatives like yours that contribute to local data infrastructure?
Okay, thank you for that question. So for when you think data infrastructure, a lot of people tend to think servers and all this hardware. But in this capacity, when I think in the community capacity, infrastructure is people. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many data policies you have or how many servers you have, if the people don't know how to use data in a meaningful way. So for example, when we started Phoenix, it just started as a couple of people who are meeting online to work on projects, to debug code, but we didn't know that we were actually informally building a structure for a mentorship program, which I'm going to discuss later. And now today we've trained thousands of people in skills such as Excel, SQL, and now AI agents. That is also something we are very big on. And we also have some AI agents to show you later on in our booth. You guys can pass by and see what some of our members have built. So what we've realized is in the community setup, when people learn something, they want to come back and help other people. So this continuous loop of learning is what builds the ecosystem and keeps the things localized. Because even when you think about it, a lot of the companies in the West, they have the money for the servers, they have the policies, but they keep coming here because what they don't have is the people. And that's what they're tapping into. So what we need to do is work on our skill set, and also focus on the people layer, which I think is the foundation of all the other layers when you think about data infrastructure. So we're not here to replace what the government is going to bring in or what corporates are going to bring in. We're just here to focus on us as a people so that when all these other stuff come in, like the hardwares, we are ready and we're prepared to use them.
I'm talking of government. Beatrice, the Nairobi River Citizen Science Program first is an aspect that brings community, private sector, and other actors together with government. And also you've been able to work with young people around this issue, especially the youth in data collection, but also insights that support the implementation of this program. What mechanism ensure that such data is just not only collected, but is able to be acted upon by authorities, that the data is able to collect to meaningful change that young people can be able to relate to?
Thank you. This project is entirely done by the communities and for the youth, and not specifically by the government and private sector, but we do support in terms of providing data. Now, to come back to the project, it's called the Nairobi River Citizen Science Monitoring Program, and this is not in association with Nairobi River Commission nor the Nairobi River Regenerative Project. So are two different things, entirely different, and we are not associated with that, just to mention. So what we do at Africa Water Ambassadors, just to begin with, I talked about the aspect of citizen science, where this is an approach where we collect the data with the communities, for the communities, and by the communities, and together we do collect this data and analyze together to inform the decision that we do. So when you look at the data and where we normally get it from, conventionally to get from research institute, right, from the government agencies. So what we do, we bridge the gap between how the data from the government is acted upon, and also how data from the communities can actually be used to be able to support and inform evidence-based decision making from the government, or rather, so basically citizen science is it's a community-centered approach. So what we do is come up with a specific program. So for example, we have the Nairobi River Monitoring Program, and this specific Nairobi River, so we work around Nairobi River Basin, where a few rivers are draining to. So we have also trained a few youths to be able to collect the data and analyze together. So we call them citizen scientists, which I'm also among the citizen scientists. So we are not entirely like scientists per se, but we are able to do something that a scientist can also be able to do with the communities. So we use also standardized parameters that is also recognized globally and also nationally to support us in terms of getting data that can also be able to be comparable with other citizen scientists in other places where they're monitoring the river. Apart from that, we also work with in collaboration with agencies and also consortium of brewers called Kenarua, where we for the data we used, we also combine what we have and what they have also gathered from their other monitoring program in other basin areas to be able to inform a collective decision making. Apart from that, we also do integration of data. So apart from just working with the communities, also ensure that we are getting the right scientific methods from academias, with universities, especially those that are really keen on research. And so working together with them ensures that also our data is credible because we're also using parameters that are widely recognized, and not just nationally, but also globally to be able to support in implementation of also the SDG 6.
Yes, you touched into the complex nature of data. You have the Nairobi River Commission Science Program. You have the State Instituted Nairobi River Commission. I believe even the counties involved at some point. And then there was the Ministry of Environment. And that also brings to the challenge of issues of harmonization of data. And I want to move to you, Andrew. In such a case, how can community-generated data, and in your case, agricultural data, complement then or challenge official statistics? For example, even in shaping food security, especially where there are too many parallel stratas of data.
Thank you so much for that question. And I love this because there is, in data science, there's what is called granulated data and aggregated data. So aggregated data is when you zoom, when you look at data from the topmost point of view. So that is a national point of view. So that is, you get whether it's from a national level. And then when you have granulated data, it's data that is from the farmers now in this case, and then specifically for the counties, whether it's wards and aggregated. It's not great. So when you speak to the farmers, when you go directly to all these communities, then you are able to collect data that you wouldn't otherwise find from, say, government institutions that they collect. So you find that it gives the robustness of data. It brings into forth the importance of now the texture of the data, the validity of the data. It gives it more weight as opposed to when the data is collected by institutions, and as opposed to when you compare it with how the farmers getting data directly from the farmers.
Yes, so talk of the different parallel data streams. I'm going to move to you, Susan. And we know that private sector has often been able to generate strong analytics, and they have a very strong capacity in terms of this line due to things like hyper personalization and other data extracts. But at the same time, they are very limited to community serving organizations. So what practical ways, therefore, can link corporate data teams with community-based initiatives like the one Beatrice is doing in reproducing extractive data models and to avoid duplication?
So the private sector, yeah, it does have strong analytics capacity. In the African context, let's say about 20% of organizations actually use data the way they're supposed. And when they think about communities, it's normally more on a PR stunt, more of CSR, and it looks like they're doing it for charity as opposed to treating communities like partners. And some of the ways we've seen we can engage with the private sector, especially like how we do in Phoenix, is just simple things like inviting them to webinars. When you have industry experts come and talk to people and make them available to students for them to ask questions, to get an idea of what happens in the real world. It actually helps people just have a sense of what is going on out there. And we also do hackathons where they come up with challenges, and then you find students coming up with solutions, and you find also organizations taking some of these students as interns because some of those solutions are really, really good. And then there's also mentorship, like what we've done at Phoenix. We have a lot of people in corporate who come in as mentors, and they are allocated mentees for a period of 6 months. So what happens during that time period is they get to learn, they get career advice, they get to learn how to use certain tools in the industry context. They get to learn about the problems a lot of the problems they solve in industry. So I believe it's more of, when you think about corporate, let's not stop thinking about them coming in and bringing a check or something. It's just presence. They should come to events like this and listen to us and ask questions about how they can support us better, because there's a lot of discrepancy. And also, a lot of us are working in silos. You'll find industry and academia working in silos. You'll find communities are not even anywhere near them. We should all work together, because at the end of the day, the communities are the ones that have the reach. And that's where the talent is. And companies, they need the talent. So how about you come and sit with us and get to hear from us?
Thank you. I'm going to move to you, Dennis, and we'll probably take one more question before we move to the audience. And still on the issue of complementarity and breaking the silos. And at the same time, a nation that has two sides. On one side, you have the private sector that is very fully optimized in the use of data, but also you have communities that are a bit disenfranchised. So what are some of the low-cost or offline capable AI innovation solutions that are in the market that could help close this data divide, especially with the focus rural and remote areas?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think that draws me back to what I'd mentioned. That's edge computing, where you can be able to process your data locally quite efficiently and easily. One use case that Andrew had mentioned is in a tool that can enable you to, using computer vision, to be able to detect crop disease. So imagine in that scenario, you want to deploy for crop for CV, computer vision, be able to detect the disease, crop disease, and also differentiate in a village somewhere in Kakamega. But then these farmers don't even have feature phones. They don't have rather smartphones. They use feature phones. So perhaps what interventions can we be able to create? I've seen that happen with one startup called Pula. They're already trying to do something around that. So the thing would be, can we be able to have enough resources to be able to deploy? So a very good example will just be edge computing. And essentially, that simply means that you can run it locally. That's number one. Number two, you can make sure that it's multimodal, meaning at the same time, it can process textual data, image data, and videos also. I could cite another example without again directly naming tools. But one of the projects that we've done at Prescott Data through Tech to the Rescue. So Tech to the Rescue is an international organization that are into social for social good, and equally Emerson Collective to jobs. So part of what we've done with them is with a startup in Ghana. So for them, that startup, they were trying to enable or help, rather reduce maternal deaths. So part of what we were able to do is to deploy LLMs that we could be able to improve the communication between community health workers and let me not say victims, but whoever were needed help at that particular point in time. So we just deployed, or rather we were able to deploy LLMs, locally and on device. So essentially it just revolves around the technology, because you can work with the cloud. But again, cloud, it simply means how are you partitioning the different resources that you have without necessarily using a lot of money, if I may use a direct word. And then last but not least, I think artificial intelligence is becoming a key player in economics. That's what now we call economics of artificial intelligence. It is going to directly affect labor, going to directly affect production, going to directly affect the GDP as well. So the question of whether or not we will understand when do we use the cloud and when do we use edge computing, again, is very critical. And again, hybrid. And why or what the difference would be essentially is with the cloud, you're going to deploy using GPUs, which simply means then you are going to outsource or use AWS, GCP, and so on and so forth. So I think quite critically, without thinking too far, that's just it revolves around edge computing. Yep.
Thank you so much. So we've talked about issues of co-designing. We've talked about involving the community, but also about performatic metrics like CSR. And that brings me back to you, Annette. In summing this up, therefore, what does true community ownership of data look like? If you were to paint that picture for us, what will it look like?
I see true ownership as ethical use and accountability. Yes, where there are frameworks, legal frameworks that ensure that there is good use of whatever data that is collected from the community. I also see the aspect of empowerment, where it is the community that is given the mandate to manage the data collection tools. And, to have their, it would create power, and also it would give them a narrative of their own, which means they are more involved in they can easily account for whatever it is that goes on with the data given. Now, some data or maybe ownership frameworks that would work would be like collaborative or maybe data collaborative cooperatives. Yeah, identify members within the community who are well empowered and create structures and or platforms, for the community to pull their data. When it is done right from the community, again, there is that trust. And again, they're going to ensure that since it's an initiative from them, the frameworks that cover or that surround that kind of ecosystem of the data that is being collected is well taken care of. So the issue of accountability and then control and access. Okay, they have to have the power to control and the power to access. Now, there has to be control over the data life cycle. They are the ones to make decisions on what data is collected, what data is shared, at what point, and to what institutions. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Annette. I'm going to move to our audience, but I'm going to start with a question because you're talking about breaking data to the community. So mine is going to be a simple one. What does data mean in Swahili? I know there may not be a standard translation, but there are fair attempts. Data in Swahili? Okay. I need to throw the ball because I think we all speak Swahili here. What does data mean in Swahili? Because if you are to engage the community, most likely you'll be faced with this. So what does data mean in Swahili? What will be an attempt? Okay. Can I have one of the mics? Yes. Give it a fair attempt. Yes. Okay. Ujumbe, message. Uh-huh. Yes, your hand was up. So you wanted to say the same thing. Okay. Data in Swahili. There are like 3 or 4. Think about information, think about data. Should be in the same line. Data. Okay. Yes. Kutohoa, yes.
Say the same. Okay, taarifa.
Reports, tarifa. Yes. So all this is data. But then again, we can't be able to communicate. We can't be able to engage until we understand in a language that faces up. So with that, I open up the floor for questions and comment. And the conversation is how do we ensure communities own data, but also local insights shape national policies. So please just put your hands up and we'll bring the mic on. Yes.
So hello everyone. My name is Isaiah. I'm a final year student at the University of Nairobi, studying medicine, and I'm also a data scientist. Now, I have some few questions. Just let me stick them to three. So, number one, I wanted to ask Annette. So, with these digital IDs, are you proposing or are you opposing or are you neutral? Because I understand when we have these digital IDs, some people might be skeptical about it, but that's where the internet also was. So, yeah, I'd also like to know, we are talking about infrastructure today. This can go to anyone, but we're talking about infrastructure. I see like 6 companies, different companies. Have you been able to collaborate with one another or with other companies so that we can have a public data portal? I see. I was working on a project about brain tumor detection with MRI scans, just CNN models, and finding local data for that. It's very hard. And even if you're going to do potato diseases, have you put out like, okay, root data de-identification? Because I think that's one of the major problems we have, that people don't want their names or their IDs or something. If I go to Aga Khan today, I don't want my ID to be known or something like that. But you can have data de-identification, and then we can be able to publish that. I think the last question is now on, yes, the last question was on, we do have ethical review boards. What is one of the things that I think it's Nubian Rights Forum? What are one of the things that you've done that we've been able to see? Okay, with these ethical review boards, we are able to put even a public form so that we can be able to access this data. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just to try to limit ourselves to 1 or 2 questions to allow other people to be able to contribute. Yes.
Okay, so my name is Winnie. I am a data engineer from DataFest Africa. And my question goes to Dennis. You've talked about AGI, and I don't think this is something really spoken about. And my question here is, how are we ensuring that AGI solutions are localized, or rather give solutions to the localized community while ensuring data privacy is quite looked into? And also the other question is, what are the practical use cases for this AGI that can be deployed in Kenya's different sectors? That is health, agriculture, like Karanja has spoken about. And maybe the last question is, how can or how do we ensure that these AGI solutions are like community specific, or rather they respect data stuff and everything surrounding the community? Thank you.
It's coming to.
I'll pose the question to any one of the panelists. That right. My name. Good afternoon. Good morning. I am part of policy. My question can be posed to any of the panelist members that is willing to take it. We have spoken a lot about community and there not being trust and care when it comes to consideration of data. And a key example is what Flo did with the
Everyone, my name is Kamau Maina. I'm an entrepreneur and data scientist. My question is to Susan and Andrew. Most SMEs in Kenya, like a restaurant we worked with a while back, don't collect or record any data at all. But through that project, we showed them how simple sales and expense tracking could help them see their best-selling meals, the days when they are most busy and such things. My question was, how can we build grassroots data hubs or community systems that make it easier for such small businesses to start collecting and using data in their everyday operations, especially when they don't have the tools or skills to do so?
We will stop here. Okay, we'll stop here and then we're going to come back. When we do come back, we'll start with you because there's loads of questions. So, Annette, there was a question from Isaiah, and two of them were related. One on the digital ID. I think it wanted to know where you stand. And then ethical review board. How do you engage? How can community follow up?
So much, Isaiah. Before I go to the digital, as an organization, we still haven't involved with the committee itself, but those are areas that we look forward to exploring. Yes. Now, on the digital ID and where we stand. Now, my answer would be a little slightly long. Now, when the introduction of ID came to Kenya, that with the Huduma number, we identified the gaps because the transition to digital ID, the idea of transition to digital ID is a very good idea. I mean, if with opportunities like interoperability, it's an idea that would easily help with access to services. Okay, but now the problem that we have as a Nubian Rights Forum and as a human rights organization is the gaps that are there, the systemic exclusion where the system is by design excluding some members of the members of the marginalized and minority communities. Now, apart from the systemic exclusion, we are looking at there is still no proper infrastructure surrounding the digital ID in Kenya. When we look at the current digital ID, that is the Maisha number, we have areas like the very remote northeastern. There's still areas that cannot be able to access internet, not even in northeastern. I think some of us, even our grandparents, they can't be able to access internet. And so when you want to digitize services and when you want to digitize ID, then you have to ensure that there's proper infrastructure and there has to be that technical understanding or maybe knowledge, or the community has to be well educated to operate these systems. And then another thing that another maybe gap that we have seen is most of these service providers, or maybe say the government agencies that work on identity, that is the National Registration Bureau and the Civil Registration Bureau, how the system works, they still don't have a clear understanding, and this is out of experience. Now, during the inception or during the beginning of the Maisha number, the rollout of Maisha number, I remember when the systems were brought to a branch, I won't mention which one, in Nairobi, and we work with community paralegals and we work with members of the community to ensure that they are able to access nationality documents. So we would see registrars going around left, right, and center. They're confused. They don't know how the system works. Okay, and this is a system that needs to be working for all Kenyans, and these are the people we need to go to. When we, the community needs to go to when they don't understand how the system works. So, as an organization, we are still not very okay with how the system is currently, and we have a case in court which we'll be having hearing tomorrow. We are having some professional witnesses tomorrow. And we are all welcome, by the way. But as an organization, it is a very good idea. With the right frameworks, it would really work well. But as a country, I don't think we are ready. Even the priorities of our communities, right now, the priorities of our communities is not digital ID. Yes.
Thank you so much. There was still a question from Isaiah and Kamau related to the infrastructure. It speaks to the issue of silos. It speaks to, Kamau also brought in issues of how do we strengthen grassroots data labs. I want to move to Dennis and Susan to tackle this. How do we still break the silos? How do we create a harmonized data infrastructure. You also question if they are you collaborating amongst yourselves to issues of partnership? So how do you strengthen collaboration and break the silo, especially in strengthening local data's infrastructure?
Thank you. I think we are going to sign an MOU with Susan immediately after this. Why? Because she is ready as a community. Our SDKs will be going for, our software development kits will be going for $10 per month. She has a good community of developers. I think can talk about that. I think looking at that, and where we sit as a country, there should be a lot of input from the government, to be very honest. That is in comparison with perhaps other economies that have seen artificial intelligence working practically. So the most that you can do at the moment is just data literacy, to be very honest, even before we talk about fragmentation of data and having data silos. At the moment, the most that we can be able to do, either at an individual level or even at a community level, I believe, is just ensuring that we first can understand what is the importance of this data. And that will now move us to the next level of now the appreciation of what artificial intelligence can do for us in terms of impact. Remember, we've talked about economics of artificial intelligence. If you can make an extra dollar when you're in a remote place in Kirinyaga or Wajir, that simply means that then you're moving to, we are moving to the next level. I think that shouldn't be much of a worry at the moment. That's a very practical response, actually. And I believe perhaps when we take care of the basics, that should be able to be aligned in future. But government has to come in place as well. Maybe Susan has something to say on that as well.
Completely agree with Dennis. Right now, we have to work with what we have, and we can only do so much when our government is not supporting. I believe this is an area they could really come in handy. They have the money, but they're thinking about bringing Grammys and renovating State House. So yeah, at the end of the day, we need to do better in 2027 at the ballot, because we can only do so much without their support. Yeah.
Talk of 2027, one of the questions by Mikali was literally touching on the issue of community trust. First, he says data just doesn't disappear, it's mismanaged. Where does it go? But also, how do you future-proof trust? And you know how Kenyans are. You miss it once, that trust is very hard to build. And I want to bring you Andrew, and then I'm going to go to Beatrice, but I want Annette to come in on this from a rights perspective as well. Yes, Andrew.
Thank you so much. To respond to that question, I'll give a really good example of blood donation. So some years back, cabinet secretary stood on the podium and said that blood goes to Somalia. So since then, I've been in spaces because I was donating since I was in high school. So I've been in those spaces, and you find that there has been a challenge. I think even the doctors in the room from Aga Khan, those who are in the medical sector, can attest that since that time, the trajectory of people donating blood has significantly reduced. Reason being, ever since that statement was uttered, is because it broke the trust that the people had. So, looking at mismanaged data, you find that this is data that people right now. What we have is we have different communities that, and when you look at in terms of access to internet, right now Kenya is one of the highest countries who have bandwidth in terms of access of internet. We are even being feared in X. So you find that when you're looking at mismanaged data, you find that there is that access that once it's mismanaged at this point in the country, then it will spread across. So one key partner that I would say is the government. The government needs to really come in to build the trust, to be able to build the foundations that people are able to trust that when somebody comes in, because you'll notice that when research is being done, it's either because a researcher got a grant from somewhere, and now he has the funding to come to a community in Ahero, to come to a community in Kirinyaga to do the research. But when you have the government coming in, then you have that trust. You have you have more to collect, and also you have more localized data. So when you're looking at now the aspect of mismanaging is that the government really needs to come in to build that trust and also to work towards maintaining that trust, because at the end of it all, the data will need to be localized within the country, and the policies within the country are the ones that will stand to protect the people whom the data was collected from.
Thank you. Beatrice? Yes, on the same issue of trust.
Okay.
Yes.
I think there's something that every time we work with communities, there's a very important aspect of having consent. And it's not just by word of mouth, it's documentation. So there's something called FPIC. This is called free, prior, and informed consent, where you sign an agreement with communities and they understand where this information is going, why is it collected, and what does this data mean for them, and of course to the people who are being targeted, especially when it comes to informing decision. So sometimes you find that the communities and the people who are working with the communities, without this information being, or rather having this documentation being done, unapata kuna that mistrust between the two parties. So having PICs helps build that trust between the communities and the organizations that are working to obtain this data from the communities.
Yes, Annette, as you are coming in, I still don't feel we have responded to where does the data go, but also future proofing issues of trust. Yes.
Okay. Okay. I feel like mismanaged data goes to the wrong hands. Yes, it goes to the wrong hands because so before the transition to Maisha number, we went and asked the government, now where did the data that you collected during Huduma number go? Then they didn't answer up to date. That is, those are some of the reasons why, and those are some of the key asks that we have in our current case. So honestly, I'm very sure it goes to the wrong hands. Yes, given also what has been happening in the past few years, I'm very sure the much data, because during Huduma number there was a lot that was collected, and I'm very sure some of that data is what is being used on Gen Zs right now. But anyway, now on how to ensure government or how government can ensure trust is by prioritizing inclusion over technology, first of all, and also by removing barriers and increasing accessibility, for areas that find it very hard to access registration centers, that is for in cases of digital ID, and also by eliminating barriers, basically like financial barriers. Currently, for someone to um, access in some areas, to access even registration centers, it is very expensive. And just recently, just from a public outcry, the replacement for ID fees was removed. But before that, we would encounter people who are not ready to replace their identity cards because they were like, if I replace the identity card, then what will my family eat? So I think one way that will help the government build trust and maybe ensure trust with the communities is ensuring that there are no barriers, and if the systems are accessible, and there is accountability as well. Yes, when how do I know that my data has been mismanaged? Okay, and who do I go questioning? And what happens after I have identified that my data has been mismanaged? Okay, so there has to be that flow of accountability as well.
Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you.
Lastly, there was a question from Winnie, and it was directed to you, Dennis. It's around the deployment of edge AI technology, localized. How do you ensure that it's localized and relevant? Yes, so if you can address that as concluders.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for that question. I think I like looking at it again very practically. When you talk about AGI, the key thing that you're looking at is that you are under-resourced in terms of the internet connectivity, and then in terms of whatever resources you need to be able to deploy this, because there are a number of key facets as you need as infrastructure. So you want to opt out of cloud computing. You want to opt out of buying GPUs, like what we've done at Prescott. We were at GCP, a Google Cloud platform. It was super expensive. And then we were onboarded to Microsoft Founders Hub. Now we are getting credits, 500,000 worth annually. It's simply a question of resource. So how you look at it quite keenly, it would be then you understand when you look at your entire life cycle of developing a model and deploying a model. So let's say when it comes to data labeling, what can be done Jupyter Notebook without necessarily deploying on AWS SageMaker for your model to run, or AutoML, for example. And then secondly, and quite importantly, you also look at what is the cost benefit analysis. Whatever model you're trying to build and you want to deploy, and I know you also asked in what are some of the use cases that we could cite in the country. We have Jacaranda Health. Jacaranda is trying to reduce prenatal and neonatal deaths in the country. They've done really an intelligent job. I mean, thousands of lives have been saved. Already, they've been also, again, to use, rather to deploy cloud computing and as well edge computing. When it comes to the community health workers, at that point, if they can be able to process the data locally on their feature phone, without even relying on a smartphone and buying internet and so on and so forth, that becomes a practical example. And as I conclude, last but not least, another very, again, practical example is what I'd mentioned with Pula. That's for the farmers, and many more I could be able to cite, but I believe we could be able to extend this conversation. Before I conclude, I will request that I share a link so that the audience can join our community waitlist.
Yes.
Just to see and interact with our agents. Thank you.
Thank you. As we conclude, just a quick 20 seconds max. If DataFest 2030 were to look back at this conversation and ensure that it was not all talk, because we've talked about collaboration, MOU, and things that we can be able to action. What one change from the conversation today would hope to become a reality? I'm going to start with Susan. 20 seconds stops and all this way.
For me, it would be a better government, because as we talk about trust and all that, how is a government ensuring trust if we don't trust the government? I think it needs to start from there. So, guys, let's do better 2027. Please.
Awesome. Yes.
So for me, it would be talent poverty. Why I would partly agree with her is because I sat with the Senate chair of ICT, one of the senators, and I was trying to sell him a few ideas, and he didn't buy it. So there's already a huge problem up there. So I think that would be a long shot for me. But if I look at it in terms of what can we do as founders to be able to ensure that many more people can be literate in AI skills, both technical and non-technical. There are those who would struggle with coding, but there are those who are so comfortable interfacing with the community, and that's where the impact comes. So let's take care of talent poverty. Let's export as much talent as possible, but also let's try to import as much information and as much collaboration and partnership as we can. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Annette?
Mine would be all sovereign power belongs to the people, and the people shall. Thank you.
Okay.
For me, it will be, if there are any lawyers in the room, there is this term called cui bono, who benefits. So looking back is, you find that a lot of the conversation along this panel has been in terms of now financing is at the base of it. We need financing for the research, we need financing for the GPUs, we need financing for all those. And majority of what, as Dennis has mentioned, you find that GCP it's not ours, it's foreign. So the question comes in, cui bono, who benefits?
Thank you.
Mine is a bit interesting, but very important, that I must speak about conservation of our water resources, because we are headed to a point where we are going to be, we're actually already a water scarce country. And looking around from the conversation, this is matters to do with data, and most of these data centers are also AI driven. So also remember that we are also using a lot of water to be able to drive these AI data driven data centers. So we need to understand and even develop pathways towards conserving our water. By 2027, we have used around 1.7 billion gallons of water in our data centers. So we need to be very careful with how we are using our data and how we are using AI towards coming up with technologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I had prepared to say mine was about people, that everything we do is about people. The government exists for people. It's all about people. But she brought in an aspect of planet. So it's going to be people and planet. If you look back in 2030, I want to thank this great panelists and the room for a very great conversation. Please join me in applauding them. And it's not yet over. There are a couple of interesting conversations that are coming in. So please just let's have a seat and continue. Yes.
Let's have a photo of the panel. Step forward. You're so serious, guys. You can smile. It's okay. It's okay. Data is serious. Okay, before you sit, one last one with us and the entire crowd. Let's join in. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. About to take a 30-minute tea break, but I told you guys that we have a photo booth. I want to show you that we do have one. For you, tea is just outside. You won't miss it. down is this: we'll have one lightning talk and two community dialogues. So allow me to do an introduction to whoever is coming in next for the lightning talks. That person happens to be the name on the screen, Alfred Ongere. I've known Alfred since the iHub, which has been maybe over 7 years. He's the founder of AI Kenya. He's also the CEO of AI Kenya. And they're doing a lot of great work. They've been doing a lot of great work since my time at the iHub, and since I've been here. We do have a great relationship with his organization as the Aga Khan University. In fact, if you want to get training around AI and you go through Aga Khan or AI Kenya, it's going to be here. The trainings are all held here. So allow me to introduce him, and he's going to be speaking about pixels and perception, traditional Kenyan attire through distorted lenses. Alfie, are you there? Okay. um, Take it away, Alfred. So can hear you very, very
So, on what I'm going to present today, which I think is in line with the theme for this year's event, which is the and for me, when the interpretation identity for Africa, identity for African cultures through different dimensions, and one of them being traditional attire. For generations, the 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 aspect of how different cultures dress has been passed along, and some of that has been documented online. Some of it is not being documented properly across different African traditional tribes, and the investigation of this study was now to see how well do the generative AI platforms, particularly image generation models, understand or represent different aspects of African culture. So if you want to view or if you want to read the research, I'll just share the QR code so that you are able to scan and follow it as I present, or even read through it after this. So I'll go back to the presentation. So how we structured this, we conducted the study as two people, myself and Kevin Mark, who is also part of the AI Kenya community. He is one artist that really experiments with different forms of digital art using generative AI. He has participated in many competitions locally and internationally that explore the different use of generative AI for particularly images. And he's now transferring a bit of that into the blockchain space in terms of NFTs. And myself, I'm the founder of AI Kenya. I've been working on this since 2017. The one goal is to grow the adoption of AI in Kenya to wider Africa. I've been doing this through the community as one of the main programs. But right now, we're expanding our programs. We're offering the AI training programs through Aga Khan. We offer solution development, advisory. So basically, a 360-degree offering around AI. So we decided to, first of all, center the study on a small batch of Kenyan tribes before we expanded to the whole 42, and so on. So for the study, we're focusing on Kikuyu, Maasai, Luo, and Kamba. And then the timeline for, in terms of context, when we conducted this study was between 27th June and about 10th July. That's the timeline of when we generated these images. So there might have been some changes from the different systems, but I just checked with one of the systems and the results are still the same. So the 10 platforms we focused on are Grok, Copilot, Google Gemini, Midjourney, Meta AI, ChatGPT, Sora, Leonardo, and Canva. So most of these are very common tools that some of you here in the room might have already interacted with them. And then we created a criteria that we were now going to use to score how well the different images were going to perform. So the first criteria was cultural accuracy, in terms of how well does the AI model represent the different cultural elements of the tribe, such as attire, color, beads, ornaments, and so on. Then we're also looking at realism, which of course is just simply we are going for ultra realistic photographic images. So in the context of now, Kenyan tribes, Kenyan people, how well is it doing that? And then, of course, attention to details. So if you're asking, let's say, for a full body image or a half body image, how well does the model replicate and reproduce that? Then also we're looking at diversity in terms of if the model can produce varied representations within a cultural context. So is it just sticking to one style of presenting the tribe, or is it sort of taking different approaches? Then, of course, we look at body deformation, if there are any visual inconsistencies, such as extra fingers, toes, limbs. Most of the state-of-the-art image generation models have already solved this, so we didn't see much of this. And then, lastly, biasness. So, is it in terms of bias now? Is the data set that was used to train it, or the images that are being generated, is there a bias towards, let's say, gender, a certain age group, in terms of it's generating a certain age group very well, or it's generating a certain gender very well as compared to that? So from our tests, from the 10 tools, the best performing based on those criteria was Google Gemini. And this is how the rest of the other models are performing. So you can see ChatGPT, Midjourney, Sora, and so on. So the leading one, of course, was Google Gemini with 108, followed by, I think, Sora, so Pilot, and then ChatGPT for all. So out of the 5 tribes that we're focusing on, of course, the Maasai community yielded the best results. And majorly because they're one of those tribes that have been very well represented online in terms of tourism from the white settlers getting into the country and documenting different tribes and putting that in different formats, from blogs to, the Maasai community, the one that really performed well. So I'm just going to quickly skim through some of the images so that you're able to see what some of our findings were during the study. So as we were doing the research, we had to ground ourselves with a source of truth, like a reference image of the true depiction of how the different cultures dressed. So I'll be showing you some of those images we used. Then another approach we took is we stuck to one consistent prompt where we were only switching either the gender that we were focusing on or either the tribe. So all the rest of the prompts remained exactly the same for across all the other tribes, and the only thing we were changing was the gender and the tribe. But all the attributes that we were looking for was the same. So this was our reference image, and then these are some of the images that are generated by ChatGPT. You can see here that it's trying to attribute some of the color of the garments, but you can see some of the traditional beadwork and jewelry from the Maasai community is still appearing in this. And now this is how it's called. It's called it based on the different elements that we saw. Same thing to Sora. It was still it tried sticking to the brown fabric that is common in the Kikuyu community, but it was still getting it wrong when it comes to certain genders like female. And then also the beadwork is still there. So what you'll realize is the beadwork is very common across most of the machine learning, most of the image generative AI models. So this is Copilot, and then this is Google Gemini, still for the Kikuyu community. And you can see now for Gemini, it was very heavy, Maasai cultural elements, as opposed to even trying a few of the attributes from the Kikuyu. Same thing for Leonardo, a bit of beadwork, a bit of color from the community, but still it's not bringing it out very well. Same thing to Midjourney. Midjourney is very good in giving you very realistic looking imagery. It gives you a lot more detail compared to the other models, but still we could just see it's still giving us Maasai imagery. Same thing to Grok. Same thing to Meta AI. So this was Llama 4. And then we also have same thing to Canva. Although Canva tried a bit with the color and the garments, but still the jewelry is just still off. And then we did for the Maasai, and for the Maasai, you'll see that it will not be giving us better results. So this is for ChatGPT 4.5. You can see all the attributes seem to be very close to what the culture has. Same thing for Sora, same thing for Copilot, same thing for Google Gemini, same thing for Leonardo, and also Midjourney and Grok and and so on. And then these were the reference images we were using. And we still saw the same problem of still bringing the cultural attributes of Maasai into this particular tribe. So that one is from ChatGPT, one is from Sora, this one is from Copilot, and then this is Google Gemini, and you can see this is still Maasai traditional attire. Same thing for Leonardo, same thing for Midjourney, and same thing for. So I'll stop there for now, just to because most of our findings were quite similar all across in terms of the findings that we were getting. And now, what are we trying now to do as part of solving this, as part of reclaiming data on data features? So there's a supply chain of different providers that provide training data to the state of the art generative AI platform providers. And we are trying to follow that value chain and try to know, okay, for these different models, and we are starting with the Google Gemini, we've reached out to the Google Research Africa team, few members, and we are trying to get guidance on who can we talk to so that we influence that supply chain of the right training data so that the different tribal attributes in terms of culture are well presented, not only for this generation, but also future generations. So yeah, so that's it from my end, and I hope that we can keep furthering this research by also focusing on other tribes and also looking at how can we solve this particular problem, because I believe it's just a representation problem in terms of, number one, what's the digital footprint of our culture online when it comes to traditional attributes, and number two, are we following up and making sure that the people who are training this training these AI models are actually factoring in the digital versions of what has already been documented online. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alfie. Can we get one question for him? Who has a burning question for Alfred? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shemna Kiriga. I'm a medical sixth-year student at the University of Nairobi and a researcher. I had just one poll question. It is mostly based on things that are actually happening across the internet right now. Sora AI specifically has been used to create, people find them funny, others find them disrespectful. Specifically, the Martin Luther King video of him entering a WWE ring and turning heel, for those who know what that means. So, as much as we're trying to train AI to create realistic images of different communities and whatnot, is there a conversation or are there laws and bylaws being created to avoid it being used for misinformation? Because AI has actually gone a step further, being able to create videos at super realistic. And they made a comparison with one video that was created of Will Smith eating back in 2016, which you could definitely see was flawed. But the videos that are coming, as much as it can make you happy because of the progress, it is also a dangerous thing. So is there laws being set to try and avoid misinformation?
Alfred, to you.
In terms of the laws, I would say that as long as whichever technology, use Photoshop or Sora or any AI model technology, they're able to take you to court and you're able to answer for that. So I think the Cyber Crimes Act really takes care of that, such that it's a law that covers any wrongdoings that you might conduct online using technology, whether it is hacking someone, misrepresenting someone. So, is there a need now to have specifically for AI generation models? Yes, there might be need, but I think it just needs to it needs to be an annex under the Cyber Crimes Act before we justify creating a completely new law. What annexes can we add to the existing so that is sort of provided or sort of that protection is provided. And you are right, the technology is advancing very fast. I think the providers such as Meta that released Vibes and now OpenAI that released Sora 2, they've seen that there's a certain demographic of consumers that are engaging very well with AI generated content. It might be you're just augmenting yourself, you're taking a picture of yourself, and you're putting yourself, you are now flying in space, and then you share that with people, and everyone gets happy. There's no harm done. But of course, at the end of the day, AI is a tool. It can be used in the right way, or it can be misused. So we really need to sensitize the public on how to start identifying AI generated content, such that we are able to take the right steps and able to make the right follow-ups in terms of the different regulatory or options that we have, so that people are able to follow up. So if you are doing regulation, then we don't create a completely new one, but we ride upon the existing ones and just expand them.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Alfred Ongere, CEO and founder of AI Kenya. Thank you, Alfred.
Thank you.
So the next activity we're going to do is pretty simple. I'm going to invite Sajni, And I'm going to invite Barbara to come and introduce themselves very briefly. And we're going to get into something we call a community dialogue. Okay? This means that the floor is generally open around the specific topic that they'll be presenting. Okay? So they'll give you prompts, and all you have to do is respond. Do not feel afraid to be contrarian. Yeah, if you feel like certain sentiments don't go with the way you want them to go or don't resound with you, please go ahead and interject. Sajni and Barbara.
Thank you. Good afternoon. How are you? Are you ready to share? So my name is Barbara.
And I'm Sajni.
And we are very happy to facilitate this community dialogue. And we'll just start by giving a brief intro of what we are going to discuss today. Does anybody have an idea from the program? Who will do us the honors?
I think we need to do something to wake the audience up a bit.
What will it take for Africa to shift from consumer to producer of AI and data solutions?
Thank you very much. Can we honor him with a clap? Yes. That is what we are going to discuss in the next 40 minutes until Benson kicks us away from here. Yeah. So just a little bit about myself. Would somebody be kind enough to just scroll to the last slide? Okay. My name is Barbara Osiro. I'm here representing a larger team of digital enthusiasts. We come from an organization called Kala with a core mission of igniting digital transformation in Africa, targeting to reach 100 million Africans by the year 2030. How are we doing this? We are doing this through a lot of research. We are doing this through consultancy. We are doing this through building solutions. And we are doing this in collaboration with very many other organizations and enthusiasts like yourself. So just a little bit about Kala. I don't want to use a lot of time, but we conducted a research just to check how ready is Africa in terms of talent, Africa AI talent. And so there were a couple of pillars that were considered in terms of infrastructure, the learning system, how many people are completing. And then we used that weighting to come up with a list of all the 54 countries and give them a ranking. And so that report is called the Africa Talent Readiness Index. And a quick guess how Kenya performed out of 54? Oh,
sorry, I just
someone did me dirty. Okay, yes. Kenya did number 4, and you also earned the title of the most popular GPT users. So let us say you're very savvy. Is there any other country represented in the room? Please raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you very much. Which country? Nigeria. Did you see yourself there? It is what it is. Yes, we were also surprised that Nigeria did not make it to this list. So we are iterating this research, trying to now go granular. How is the youth doing? And different kind of things. Which country do you come from? Uganda. Did you see yourself there? Sajni, do you want to guide this conversation? I don't want to start a fight that I'll not be able to finish. So just a little bit about me, but I'm sure you want to know about Sajni as well.
Thank you. So I'm Sajni Malde, a senior data scientist at World Data Lab, where I lead forecasting and societal economic trends models, and particularly around Africa. Well, Data Lab is a global enterprise that builds granular and predictive models to help governments, development partners, and brands make better decisions. We have both like a private side and a public side. On the private side, we have a proprietary software um, which maps out globally consumer spending across the world. So we can tell you, for example, in Nairobi, ladies aged, I don't know, between 20 to 25 are spending X amount on shampoo, as an example. On the public side, we are best known for our Africa Youth Employment Clock. We have an Internet Poverty Index. So we try and, across a lot of the SDGs, we try and build a dashboard that maps out or that provides data that's publicly available for monitoring the progress towards these goals. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Sajni, who is your leader?
Who's my leader?
Yeah, leadership is heavy in today's social media platforms. Who is your leader?
At World Data Lab, our CEO is Wolfgang Pangler. He's an ex World Bank person.
Yeah, so that's amazing. So at Kala, we are led by Dr. Shiko Gital. She's also a visionary leader, and I admire her so much. I always say I'm a product of her mentorship and yeah, the power of mentorship. But back to our conversation today. Sajni, how should we conduct these conversations? Do you have any expectations from us?
Yes. Well, so it's a community dialogue. It should be an open conversation between everyone. So everyone should participate, but let's be respectful and let's keep our contributions like to under a minute, so everyone can have a chance to say something. In terms of our proposed topics, we want to try and structure the conversation a little bit, but let it flow also. In terms of the following: talent and production, data sovereignty, governance as a catalyst, and then localizing innovation. So Barbara, you'll take us through the first one?
Absolutely. I'll request for the slides to just go back to our initial slides. So on talent and production, when you used to do exams, you used to sometimes be given a statement and then you're told to discuss, and you could earn 20 marks. We need to invest in AI literacy for education, in education. True or false? True. How many are against that statement? And it's okay. Maybe you feel this is a foreign concept that doesn't work for us. Anybody who has a contrary opinion? We need to invest in AI literacy in education. Okay. You have something to say? Amazing. Thank you. Just tell us your name and then share your sentiments. I'll move to the side so that I don't obstruct.
My name is Aga Khan. That's something similar. And I was of the same opinion, but we realized that while we invest in AI literacy, there's a lot of lack of infrastructure for people in very remote areas, which will give us an edge who are in Nairobi and people who are in California, in London, while leaving them behind. So they don't have basic computer literacy, they don't have computers, they don't have tablets, but we want to give them AI literacy. Get that? Yeah. So that's the issue.
Thank you, Mr. Mbaka. Would somebody want to add something onto what the insight he's introducing? And as we move the microphone behind, is it the same case for content creation? Is content creation only centered in urban areas?
And that's what I wanted to respond to, because when you look at the digital divide, there is that bit where people can access internet. Those again who cannot access, or they don't have the gadgets, they don't have the internet. But what do you do with the bit that has access to internet and access to gadgets? So I think for me, I think literacy is very important, and you should be encouraged with the few that are already on those platforms.
do you want to go further into what's in it for somebody after they become literate?
I think for me, it's about just responsible use of those spaces. As someone mentioned earlier, the issues about mis and disinformation, that the content can be manipulated. But sometimes when someone is not literate about, or literate or not understand what AI systems are, or how can they be manipulated, it's very hard for them to interact with them. So with literacies, it's easy for someone to be able to engage responsibly and also find ways on how to be able to do it with a lot of understanding in that aspect.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you say your name?
Sorry, my name is Jacob Nyongesa.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you very much for introducing that. Is there somebody who would want to add on to that and just give us what you feel needs to be done in terms of laying the foundation for capacity building? Thank you. There's a gentleman at the back. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mahesh Gowda, doing IT work in Lagos, Nigeria. Hey. So anyway, I mean, I think there's a couple other things, some are, I guess, more Nigeria specific. I think there's two things. The first off is, it's the chicken and egg problem. It's like, we need to build the actual data center infrastructure itself. We need to provide the supporting infrastructure, power, water, resources, location, so that's the part, I mean, that's really coming in Nigeria. And I think something specific maybe in Nigeria is that I've seen a lot of access, issues with certain websites. I mean, of course, a lot of the major foreign websites you can access easily, but then there's certain ones, maybe you want to access, for example, if you want to access PayPal, that is blocked. Not PayPal, Venmo, that is blocked. If you want to access, some certain websites, a lot of Cloudflare, a lot of automated systems block access to Nigerian visitors, which, I mean, we can say in an extreme way, this is a little extreme, it could be considered a bit of like digital apartheid, in that these nations have gotten just a poor reputation. It's like this idea that Nigerians are not going to use this for legitimate purposes, even though that is completely not the case. So I think that's another thing too, is being able to A, have that infrastructure in place first, and B, being able to counteract all of these ideas as well, counteract these biases and make sure that the resources that are accessible, to everybody who needs them.
Thank you very much. He's highlighted such a great point about access. The bit that just set me thinking was when he started talking about data, and suddenly you're going to take us through data. Why would you block your own data? I just don't know how to ask it. I don't know if that's a unique situation to you, or this is local data. You've had some feelings, so I think when you're still nursing that,
Don't mind me.
I think there was also more. You wanted to add more, and maybe you can add more as you also touch on when we talk about skills. Are we talking about skills and mindset, or if you're talking about positioning Africa AI talent, what are we really talking about, in addition to the point you wanted to say?
I want to get back to the broader conversation around the investment. I mean, when you place skilling and infrastructure, these are all investment areas when it comes to AI. But I think, of course, there's lots of conversations, policies being shaped across the continent. We have the AI continental strategy that talks about all these things. But I think practically, of course, we are seeing the goodwill building and the interest in AI development on the continent, but the investment in AI doesn't match the the talk, right? But now going back to skilling and infrastructure, I think practically we've had the conversation around infrastructure for ages, right? So for me, I think should we say that if we were to put skilling and infrastructure on like a platter, then let's go for infrastructure, because we know that is a multi-million dollar sector that we've even failed to grab get the basics around, like accessibility and internet access. But there's a whole population that is willing and abled and has the mindset to capture AI, but also is not being supported. So for me, I think skilling around data and AI is still very important. And I think if we were to look for a quick win, that's where the investment should go, because then that's where people spiral on to go on. And I mean, you're saying we lack the indigenous data to train local models, but also that goes back to data. Why isn't there data? It could also be a skills question. So I think for me, skilling is still the very quickest investment option that we do have.
Thank you so much. You've brought in something that has really, it's very interesting that skilling includes how to handle data. Nice one. Sadly.
I think we should transition a bit towards data sovereignty. And I'm sure, I think Professor Nancy also introduced it in the morning. But basically, what this means is ensuring that data generated within Africa stays in Africa and is used for Africa's benefit. Across the continent, the conversation is starting to shift from data privacy to data power. Countries like Nigeria, Kenya, Senegal, and even Rwanda are enacting local data protection laws and building domestic data centers to prevent, they call it data flight. So maybe I'll open the question to you guys. How do we encourage private companies and startups to host and process this data locally?
Hello, everyone. I'm Brian Odhiambo, coming from DataFest Africa. And actually, I've opted to take that question because that sits at the center of what we do at DataFest Africa. That has been one of the discussions that we've had for a long time, where we develop data sets, we create data sets, but we have to use foreign platforms to, host our data sets, and it has their own policy. So actually, you're using a foreign policy to control your data sets, which is being used in a different continent and everything. So that drove us to a point of us coming up with a platform that will be hosting African data set within the African content. So that means it's the policy, our policy that is governing our data sets. And actually, the platform is called Data Lab. It has a bunch of data sets already right now, and it's encouraging creators, both creators and users, to just consume the data sets. And we have an open policy where this data sovereignty, I mean, the person who has created the dataset, that dataset can't be used anywhere without them being recognized as the co-creators or the owners of that dataset. So actually, that's one of the directions we've taken to tackle the question at hand. Thank you.
They deserve a clap. They're trying to look for a solution.
Hi there, thanks. I think that's a really interesting question, but I think that it packs a lot of idea or a lot of weight bearing into the term sovereignty. Sovereignty is the unit of sovereignty the nation state, is the unit of sovereignty the region. I mean that this is a question that that the EU has worked on for the past half a century, where at the level of data sovereignty is a multinational project. And that has made, certain things like, EU data centers have much higher standards than, say, the ones in North America have from privacy and everything else. And that begs the question that what would be the locus of change to be looked at? Like, should this be a very high priority in the African Union? Is this a development priority along the same lines as internet access, transport and everything else, where something like the European Development Fund could be centrally kind of mobilized to say this is important? And so I think the question of sovereignty has to be interrogated a bit more than, Rwanda has built a data center, maybe Kenya should build one, et cetera, et cetera.
No, excellent point. And there are certainly lots of trade-offs between open data policies and centers for like countries, and whether we should provide or whether we should first focus on infrastructure. Did anyone else have anything to comment? Okay.
Hi. Sorry.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to comment on when you say data sovereignty, that data generated in Africa should be for the benefit of Africa and should be protected from the other parts of the world. I don't see the bigger picture, because most of Africans, if you look at data, most of the things we're using, we're importing. And data is used for social, economic, political, and cultural purposes. So when you look at economic purposes, for example, in this room, 90 to 95% of anything in this room, including what you're putting on, is imported. So when we say that data generated in Africa should be for Africa and should be protected in Africa, I would like to see a time when Africa will manufacture things, but it's not happening very soon, or maybe it's still happening. But in today's world, or today and tomorrow, we are importing almost everything. So when we don't share this data, or when we advocate for, I love the concept of data sovereignty, but how is it going to work economically? Because we are a consuming continent. How?
Yeah, I think this point relates to like what Barbara was saying about talent. Like if we can build our own things, like we can use our own like LLMs or whatever. But if we're not even building it, we're not going to be able to what Anthony was saying, like we're not even going to be able to get pictures of Kikuyu women and how they look. That is not on their data models currently. So we need to try and build things. I think use our talent and leverage what we can make for ourselves as well. But did anyone else want to say anything? The guy?
Hi. Just want to tell the speaker to give up for Africa. So we want data sovereignty. So at the backbone of data sovereignty is actually to protect the local people, or the people that live within a specific jurisdictions. For example, Kenya. From the conversation about the European, you understand regions were in a position to get data from Apple so that they can access it on their own infrastructure. What we need is, there is no need for you to be creating an account at Instagram and it's residing somewhere in the US. That information of everything you're posting can be used to build Africa. So we want everything to be in a position to be processed within where the people who are using those services are. I know I've been biased in terms of what we've been in a position to build. We use Instagram, we use Facebook, and all those that are not built from Africa. But genuinely, the idea is supposed to Africa, or maybe the countries in Africa who have their own data centers, maybe the HPC centers where all this information is being stored. And so the processing can start from here. We were talking about the usage of AI. we cannot say we want to invest in AI where we only buy APIs from OpenAI, and yet it cannot adequately translate local language into a way probably my grandmom, if she was there, she would be in a position to understand. If it's the data is supposed to actually be helping Africa, so we only need to be, we can only leapfrog that if we achieve sovereignty. Then our data set will help us to be in a position to build the infrastructure on our own, instead of buying APIs from OpenAI and all those. We can build our own. So for me, I think what I would say is it's an encouragement for us to actually invest on AI, but as well also considering data sovereignty as the backbone of that path as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that I see lots of hands up. Lots of people want to comment on that.
I just wanted to add on to the previous point around data sovereignty and the need for it. I think, sorry, Onyeka, that's my name. I guess in addition to data flight, it's probably worth thinking about brain drain. Like, as well as our data leaving, our people are leaving. And it's because it looks attractive to work elsewhere. It looks like there's more opportunities to work elsewhere. So I think it's probably worth bringing into this conversation what economic incentives is government, or essentially what policies are we putting in place to make it attractive to build data centers, to build companies and organizations where our data can thrive in our own region.
Yeah, I think it's like what he was saying earlier. It's like a chicken and egg problem where we need the infrastructure, we need the talent, we need government support across lots of things, including education.
I think my name is Mildred. I think one of the greatest issues that we've had as Kenyans or as a third world developing nation is sustainability of all our projects. So whether it's in data, whether it's in health, irrespective of the projects that we're coming up with, we are overly dependent on these Western nations to be able to support us, and then we're left high and dry. So with the directive that happened in January 15th, then we have people being laid off and all that, and yet when you're having conversations with senior ministry leaders, they're telling us that we have budget allocations for innovation, for creativity, for all these apps to come about. And so I think it's about time that as Kenyans or as Africans, we take responsibility of the development of our nations, and we have it as our own responsibility and our priority, so that now we can be able to identify which areas do we need to grow. We don't need to wait for other people to give us handouts, but we can be able to have it as part of our plans, because when we're talking about the SDGs, 2030 is literally just looking at us. Konza, I don't know how far Konza is, yet it was a project that we're talking about in 2000, saying that, by 2030 Kenya will be this and that and that, and then so we end up being overly dependent on these Western nations to support us, and then now we get to a point where there's nothing we can be able to do and our hands are tied. So in a way, data sovereignty will be able to give us an upper hand to be proactive about creating solutions that will work for that African population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sonia. I agree with everything that she said. I wanted to give context to the other guy who was talking about like us being consumers. I think the biggest issue is how do we have a conversation with the government and hold them accountable, because it always ends up going back to them. Even us wearing clothes that are just mostly imported, it's because like our government policies support that thrifting clothes are brought here, and then a lot of it goes into waste. And it's the same way, like, how then do we hold our government accountable and be like, listen, if we want to have data sovereignty and we want to use it here, how do we tell them, like, we want to create a policy for that? How do we hold them accountable that they're not going to just continue looking for handouts abroad? At the end of the day, it always just goes back to how do you hold the government accountable?
I think I'm not sure I can answer that in this room right now. But Barbara, do we want to move to localizing innovation? Because I feel like the conversation's going towards
It is going
our government.
It's going there. And what I like is that we are getting people are not just stopping with this is the problem. There are already some ideas that are coming up from within this room, and I'm still hanging on to what the idea is being shared. I wonder if there's an innovator in the room who would want to share what they've done around curating local data and possibly, what's working. Who can give us a picture of? It's okay if a few things are broken here and there. Amazing, amazing.
So let me just answer the issue of holding the government accountable. I think the organization, there was a lady who was actually on the panel. I think she works with the Nubian. And there are some of the things I was mentioning that were really pertinent in this conversation. The fact that they were in a position to actually have their eyes on how the government was coming up with Uduma number and all those kind of things. That is just the first step. So we may need more of those organizations going forward, and probably if they can throw stones to the government, they can. So that probably will be my first approach. So on what we are doing about the curated data sets or using AI on building the curated data set. You realize, according to WHO, the doctors to patients ratio is an issue actually in Africa. You realize there are doctors, but mostly in the urban areas. So the people who are in the rural areas probably will be having some challenges. So what we've been doing is working with locally curated guidelines on how the ailments have been tackled by the local doctors for the last year, so many years, including the government as well. So there are guidelines probably for malaria, basically if you're in Kenya. So we are using that one to build like a clinical assistant that is just basically based on the idea of low resource income, Kenya being part of that. And so we are building on these and actually building restrictions in terms of don't go outside because we know you have a big brain. Don't go outside and go pull something that we may not use. So basically that's what we are doing right now, and we think it's a good step towards achieving that. Thank you.
Part of our data innovation team here at Aga Khan University. So there's a lot of different projects that they're working on that comes to healthcare. Do you want to talk about how they can
use AI? Everything there, it's easy stuff, man. So probably a week when you're going into the weekend, just pop in there. We put in a lot of stuff. So many. I probably talk about them now, but there's so many stuff. So keep following us. There's AKU TechX. A lot of stuff are being posted there on the progress of everything we are doing in AI and also the infrastructure as well. Just probably to throw these also into our chessboard, we also work a lot with communities, and there are a lot of interventions we've been working on mother and child. So as well, elements, investigations, research, and all those, they're all being published there. So I think it will take like 5 minutes a week. So yeah, that's how I'll answer that.
Okay. My name is Henry Ohanga. I'm the founder of Kwendo, where we are trying to use work data to unlock financial access for casual workers mostly. When you go to a car wash, we are losing a lot of data, but we want to see how those casual workers can actually benefit from that data that we generate and verify. Now, what's working in Kenya and Africa as far as AI solutions are concerned? I think we are pretty lazy population. You've seen we are ranking very high in the use of ChatGPT. We don't want to think. So I think that's a good place to start. We are very consumer set at the outset of AI solutions. So that's a very good thing that we are very receptive to technology. And I think to move the conversation from how do we move from being consumers to producers, I think we have a lot of talent scarcity when it comes to just development generally. A lot of developers will fight with me. I know we export a lot of talent and all that, but what do we actually produce locally here that is competing on the global scale? We don't have that. What is going to help us get to that level is really contextualizing the solutions that we produce so that they don't just work for Africa, but the global at large. I think China knows the direction. We can really focus on going that direction. Like Africa, build for Africa, and then we eventually we are going to be able to export to the global scene. Yeah. So talent, the first most important thing. Let's train more. I don't think even the conversation should be around training the consumers on how to use, how to be aware of our data and all that. We need talent that is able to produce products that people can use locally first. Contextualization. If we don't have that, I don't think we are going to really move this conversation very far. We are still going to rely on the Googles. We are going to rely on the IBMs to always bring products that we can use. Unfortunately, that's my standpoint. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm against you. Okay, in part, to be honest. How many were at the AfriLabs 10th annual gathering? Just raise your hand. Just the two of us. Oh yeah, three of us. So we had a really great conversation when it came to the creative and digital economy track. And one thing was obvious. We do have the stuff. We have it. The challenge is we're so mentally colonized. So all we're seeing is the other looking better. So the call for action was, if we're going to use and consume our own things, it starts with you. What are you wearing? What do you listen to? You can't. Do you know how much I think it's for 125,000 streams of one Afro pop song, they get $1,000 for 125,000 streams. It takes a lot. So that means when you wake up in the morning, don't listen to Drake, listen to Bana. Yeah, amongst other things. So what are you really consuming, and how can you stop consuming the other stuff and really consume what we produce, because it's out there?
Wow. Is it true? Thank God that came from the timekeeper. So I know we are safe, since he's the one who's dropped the weighty issues in the room. Sajini, I'll let you select the next person. Say
I know I've actually spoken a lot, but first I'd like to agree with what our timekeeper just said. We do have the talent. We don't have the talent outside there. We have it here with us. I am from DataFest Africa. We are building this platform. Yes, we didn't come here for advertising or anything, but we have this platform. Apparently, it's a platform that maintains transparency in data use while ensuring creator sovereignty. I didn't just say that. I read it. It's in our website. Please look at it. Explore. Come and create with us. That's all.
So, again, I think the conversation is very basic. Most people usually like to talk about the intricacies of this and that. The truth is, a lot of conversation will go back to one similar problem, which is our political decisions. Because, let's say, there's this culture in Kenya about the tech bro culture. Tech bro culture is you get to know how to code, how to work with AI so that you work for a foreign company. Hey, at the end of the day, you're a human being. You need to put food on your table. So, what is the economic incentive within your country to work for your country? Yes, I agree with him. We are supposed to create products for Africa, but most people have ideas. This is how, like, Africa is an idea graveyard. Personally, and this should not be counted as racism, I think one of the brightest minds in the world reside within Africa. The problem is, if you look at foreign agencies, let's say the person who created OpenAI, they had someone who was ready to. There was they're called investment capitals or something, venture capitals. They are ready to fund the idea. In Kenya, do we really have people who are ready to fund the ideas that we're bringing up? Otherwise, idea graveyard. So,
Yeah, just 1 second. Just 1 second.
I'm so sorry. Let me give it to her because literally that's what we were doing the last 2 days.
I think we need to be really careful about the language that we're using. So saying a whole place is an idea graveyard, or saying that we're all lazy, that's too much. It's too much. We need to be careful about the language you're using about ourselves. So beyond political, because I agree, like we need more political incentives and economic incentives to make us thrive. However, we need to decolonize ourselves and our minds, because what we believe about ourselves comes true.
So I have a question. Okay. This is what we are talking about as medical students. If I want to start my own medical AI stuff, there's so many costs that come with it. I usually joke with him and I say I'm a pre-rich person. That's my mentality. I know I'm not already rich, I'm not broke, but I'm pre-rich. My problem is now, if I'm pre-rich, where am I going to get the databases, the money to control all that thing? So you see, I need someone who's going to help me. I checked Sam Altman in 2017. 2015 rather, he emailed Elon Musk. He was able to get some funding. Along the way they mismatched, but the problem is, in my country here, I don't know who I'm going to be approaching. Am I going to be approaching Equity? Am I going to be approaching KCB? You see, that's what we are trying to say about funding.
Sajni, I feel like the conversation has taken another direction, but it's a good thing because some of the things coming out, which I'm listening to, is mindset, the issue of mindset. I mean, you can have all these things, but we need to talk about mindset. Are we even ready to receive locally built solutions? And then I'm hoping, Sajni, with your permission again, that before we close the session and Benson kicks us away, that we'll get one comment from somebody who is knowledgeable about the funding ecosystem, because it seems to be an elephant in the room. Yeah, but now that we are talking about localization, we are here until the afternoon, and there's an hour for an exhibition later in the afternoon, right, Anthony? Yes. So during that time, please go around so that you see the locally built solutions, because they are there. I think Innovators, we just didn't have time for you to go to showcase what you have, but they are there. And the issue of localization is things that work for our culture, language that can be tokenized. And I'll just give an example, a quick one. At Kala, we have a maternal health bot called Atunzi. And the idea behind it was that a child is not raised alone. A child is raised by a community. And so mothers are able to interact with it in Swahili and get insights into what they need to do for the best health. So please have a chance and interact with it, as well as a legal LLM. We call it Haki AI. If I could control this, I would have shared with you the QR code. Yeah. Yeah, we did literacy at some point. Yeah. The next slide is Haki AI. Haki AI is it's okay. It's supposed to provide it's a legal LLM to provide solutions, especially for those who are not knowledgeable. Normally, by the time you're going to search for information online, probably you're in a situation of which you really need to dial a lawyer, or you need to have some basic understanding. So Benson is already standing here. Please when you get time, come and interact with it. But Benson, please, can we have that last insight from somebody who is knowledgeable about the funding ecosystem? Because I feel it will benefit.
Any investor before I speak?
Or somebody who knows something that could benefit the people.
So let me speak. Go ahead.
Sorry.
I was going. Okay, just go ahead. Use your mic so that people online can hear.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm saying we've been Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, we've been having a lot of hackathons. I've seen people building things overnight. People are not sleeping. We have a lot of amazing products. But the truth is, none of these products go beyond the hackathon phase. So, like, after the hackathon, maybe we have winners. I'm sorry, we have winners. Nothing really goes past that. And I think as Africans, I don't know, Africans, Kenyans, we also need to look into ourselves and our characters because most of the organizers, they'll raise the funds and then most of it haitafikia the participants. So like, yes, we won the hackathon, but what really, we can't even find the investors. You organized an event, you told us, okay, we are going to get investors for this. So now we've won, but after the hackathon, we don't get to hear of anything else. So inaishia travel. So I think it's also in us and those who organize such things for the builders, because we really have a lot of amazing products. We do. So,
I have a solution for you. Please check out Timbuktu. It's by the UN Development Network. They have over $1 billion to spend. And they're not giving grants, they're actually giving seed money towards great innovations. Check them out. And they have different levels. So if you just have an idea, you went to a hackathon, it's just an idea, they can place you within one of their hubs, either in Kenya or in other countries. And remember, the UN is coming here, so Timbuktu will probably be one of the most powerful ones when it comes to that kind of seed money. For the guys in medicine, check out Medic. They also build great things. If you want to get a list of investors, go to brighter.com. They probably have 125 across Africa. The thing I heard from you guys is access and knowledge about where to go. But it's there, like I said. Ask anyone who went to African Labs these past 2 days. It's close.
Nice.
Yes, or open source it so that it keeps going. Almost as a great idea.
I love the way you've provided helpful information. In addition to all that, don't leave contact so that you can finish. Sajni, do you want to close the session for us? So that we can leave the stage honorably.
I had a question to close, but I think we're running out of time. But yeah, let's continue these dialogues. We're not lazy. We want to innovate. Even if one hackathon idea gets through, we've won. And
Applause for both of them. That was a very hot session. Please stand for a photo from the guys. Okay, as they do this, this is no pressure to Brian Malika, who's the co-founder of 1%. Brian is going to have another community dialogue. This one is on big tech versus Maasai community, business ethics in tech transitions. Brian, are you here? Round of applause for Brian. Is that you coming? Yes or no? Yes? Okay, okay. No pressure. All right. So bear with us. We're going to be just 20 minutes delayed before lunch. Okay? One more round of applause for Brian.
Does this work? Do you have my slides?
Are Brian's slides live, guys?
Yeah, okay. I'll start. So in 2015, Safaricom transferred its data centers from Germany to Limuru. Does anyone know why Safaricom transferred the data centers from Germany to Limuru? Any guess? Just yes, cost. Yes.
Close.
To cut on latency. Yes. So yes. Data Protection Act. Okay. Someone has said latency, cost, data protection, maybe sovereignty, as someone will put it. When Safaricom transferred its data centers from Germany to here in Limuru, uh, formally they said they're doing it because the systems they had in Germany were slower in transmitting, messages here all the way to Nairobi when people are doing M-Pesa message and all that. But that is the general statement. But behind that general statement, the true reason why Germany transferred data centers from Germany here to Limuru for Safaricom is because of climate issues. It's because of climate change. So Germany was, when you run a data centers, data centers emit a lot of, a lot of carbon emissions in the processing of data in the whole system, and it boils a lot of water, which also sometimes hits the environment. So technically, German has the power, the might, and everything to have very fast emission of data from Germany up to in Kenya. But they're doing that because of climate change. That was because they wanted to protect the country from climate change. That was the basis. But they will tell us they're doing it for cost and for equipment and all that, which is not true. So my name is Brian Malika. I run an organization called 1%, and my organization we do work with marginalized communities in amplifying, in ensuring that marginalized communities understand data, they have the power, to know how their data is being used, and to advocate for data. And the reason why we are doing this right now, data is the only thing that can ensure whether you are discriminated or you are not discriminated. That is the only thing that can ensure whether you have privileges or you don't have privileges. That is data. That is something you don't know. So, for example, if I ask you to fill here forms and ask you where you're coming from, and maybe so someone will say, I come from this estate, this place, and also I'll ask you, I'm compensating probably your cost of travel. Someone will say, I used a bus, I used a motorcycle, I used a car, but I fueled my car. So you could be innocently giving this data, but personally, I'm looking for potential market leads. So if I see you're claiming this amount of money for fuel, I'm seeing this a good market lead for my spare parts, probably for my vehicle. And when I'm seeing you're coming from this part, and in my opinion, I feel this is a low income area. That also information could be used for me to discriminate my audience. So you need to understand how data is very crucial in your daily lives. So and then data determines a lot, so you shouldn't just you should have the ability to question. You shouldn't just be able to give your data outwardly the way you feel it. And then before I begin my session, I have another question. According to research, many Africans perceive wealth in terms of land. You understand? Many Africans are seeing wealth as land. Right now, when I read newspapers, when I watch on TVs, I see people. I saw someone killing his brother because of a small piece of land, and I don't know. I don't know why land is very emotive. I think because it's a factor of production, and also I think many people usually put there an emotional cost. Probably it comes from my father, my mother, or something like that, or maybe this is where I come from. But again, and we're missing out a very big opportunity on what wealth is. Right now, the richest people, when you look at Elon, when you look at Gates, when you look at this guy who owns Oracle, one of these richest people right now, they're trading in data. And even the richest person in this country doesn't own a lot of land. It's not about the Kenyatas. The richest person in this country is an Asian, and he doesn't even own land. They're dealing with data. So this very, critical role. There's a very clarion call, if I use such a term, for Africans to consider how we view wealth. Things are changing. We cannot just continue viewing wealth in terms of land. In terms of land is a factor of production, I agree, but we have also to diversify how we view wealth. Okay, so I'll start my presentation. So my presentation is about the Maasai community and big tech. Big tech, we're talking about, big tech, we're talking about Google, we're talking about Netflix, we're talking about Meta, we're talking about X, right? So 12 years ago, uh, uh, Meta, then it was called Facebook, they wanted to, they have data centers. So they have, when I have my phone or you have your gadget, uh, you have to understand that when you send messages, when you fill forms, when you write articles, all this data is saved somewhere, is kept somewhere. And it is kept in a place called a data center. So a data center is like a big, in layman's language, a big factory or a big storage or a big something like that, where they store all this data. So when they store this data, when you have your laptop and when you have your computer, all these files you're sharing, all this information you're using, it is processed somewhere, it is saved somewhere, and then it is dispatched into your phone. So that is a data center. So when you're having a data center here in Limuru for Safaricom, we have other data centers across the country for other big companies. So when you send these messages, all that for your M-Pesa history and all that, it is usually saved at data centers in Limuru, and then it is processed quickly through data pockets, and then it's sent to your phones and to your whatever. Also, Google has such data centers across the world. So these data centers cause immense climate change. Fatigue on climate change deprivation. I've told you they use a lot of water, which needs warming, which increases the temperatures, and it's making it's very hard for us to achieve the Paris Act of reducing 0.5 climate by some year by 2030, I believe. So it's making hard for that. Also, it needs repairing of parts, and these parts cost a lot of money, and the production also it leads to climate change, carbon emissions when you're producing on this part that they need to be repaired regularly. So this is some of the reasons why Germany decided to remove their data centers and bring them here. It was not because of cost and safety and the integrity. It's just because they wanted to get rid of the burden, but keep the profits, of course. So when Meta in 2012 has very big data centers across the world, and they are causing immense harm to the environment, and they thought, out of goodwill, not because of any law or not because of any coercion, the Facebook management then thought, okay, we need to do something because of the harm we're doing to the environment. And they said, oh, we can plant a lot of trees because trees help to, to absorb the carbon emissions. So Facebook said, okay, we can plant a lot of trees. And so in 2012, they acquired a lot of land in Laikipia and where the Maasai community live, and also a land where the Borana community live, also a lot of land where other indigenous communities live. So this the Maasai, the Borana communities. So they acquired almost, can someone take a guess? How many acres? Wild guess? 1,000 acres. Okay, another guess? 100,000, yes? 500,000. 5,000. Okay, that is not even close. Facebook and Meta, for the last 12 years, they have acquired 4.7 million hectares. I'm so serious. They have acquired 4.7 million hectares of land in Kenya. Yes, since 2012 up to 2025. Yes, okay, in the Republic of Kenya. And so what Facebook does, so what Facebook and Meta they do, they plant they plant a lot of trees. So they're not buying the land. There's difference between buying the land and acquiring the land. So if I acquire this room, doesn't necessarily mean I've bought it. So when we're having this session here, it means someone has acquired this room. That's why we're all seated here. But it doesn't mean someone has bought this room. So acquiring is just using that facility or that space or that property. And then buying the property means having it under your name. So Facebook and Meta, they have not acquired it. They have not bought it, they have acquired it. And but you need also to understand, if someone acquires this room for today's DataFest from morning to 3 p.m., they legally have every right to kick out anybody who's going to use this room. They'll tell them, legally, we are using this room from from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. So even the management of Aga Khan Foundation or of this Aga Khan University cannot come and kick DataFest out because they say we've paid for this, we've signed for this, and we're using between these. That's what the agreement says. And any violation can result in any court dispute. Yeah, so Facebook have acquired this property for undisclosed amount of years, and they plant a lot of trees, and once these trees they grow or they're growing, they absorb a lot of carbon emissions. So in essence, they're saying the harm we are doing through our data centers, we are correcting it with the trees we are planting in Kenya. So the data centers they've built across other parts of the world that are causing climate harm, they are being corrected through there are lots, the 4.7 million hectares. It's actually heading to 4.9 million hectares of land that they've acquired in Kenya. So that is what has been happening. And personally, I love planting trees. I think trees are a good thing. Trees help to neutralize the air. Trees help to make our environment beautiful. They are home to birds and lizards. But again, so I have no problem with Facebook and Meta and Netflix, acquiring all that piece of land and planting trees. But my problem is that the Maasai community and the Brahma community and other small indigenous communities, they are pastoralist farmers. So they do pastoral farming, like they have lots of cows, so they move around with the cows, and also apart from pastoral farming, they have cultural rites. Maybe they pray, they meditate, or whatever the cultures are, and also it's just also some of them it's part of their home. Understand? So when this big tech acquired all these pieces of land, they by based on the agreements they had, they are limiting these communities from moving around with their cows and their sheep and their goat. Also, they're limiting these communities from doing their cultural practices because they're on a contract on that massive piece of land. Yeah, so that has been the problem. And then another problem is that these indigenous and local communities, the Borana community, the Maasai community, and other smaller communities like the Ruek and all that, the Ma, the Ruek, they were not consulted. They just saw it's a government initiative and partnership with the big tech, so they didn't have any consultation. So yeah, that is one of the challenges they're having. So they just saw the trees and they told these are the new guidelines of how you're using all these 4.9 million acres of land. And also, of course, Meta paid them a lot of money. Meta and Netflix paid a lot of money to the people who brokered this agreement, and none of these benefits has been enjoyed by the local communities. So you can see, as much as we are viewing land as the only source of wealth and all that, we have people who are diversifying how they view wealth. So that is another thing, that if indigenous communities can understand that they can have land, also they can plant trees, which they can convert into carbon credits. They can also make wealth. For example, I was in Kericho, and I met this farmer. He has tea plantations, and he has also planted trees. So, for example, if you have planted a lot of trees right now, you can always count the number of trees that you have, and you can visit the forest department, and you can say, I have 1,000 trees, I have 2,000 trees, and then the forest department will give you a certificate. It's called a carbon credit certificate. And when they give you this carbon credit certificate, you can always claim for payments from big tech companies across the world, and they usually pay. So you can see how we need to diversify wealth in regards to new technologies like data and all that. So also some of these things also our communities also do not understand. So as someone who works with marginalized communities, we have been working with almost 104 CSOs, and for the past 2 years, and we've been against the move for big tech to acquire that massive piece of land, and we've been going to court. We've been organizing protests with the other 104 civil society organizations, and luckily, this year around March, the High Court was able to stop. That project, that 12-year project that has been going, the High Court stopped that project until the matters are resolved. So technically, our commitment is that we are not against planting trees in 4.9 million acres of land, or so that we can undo the injustice that tech has done to the environment across the world. It's nothing that we're not against it. We are against how engaged the communities around that area are. Like, they are not properly engaged. They are not properly, uh, consulted. They don't have representation in such high-level boards. Also, one big tech, that's Netflix and Meta, did pay a lot of money to acquire that piece of land for the undisclosed amount of time. They paid a lot of money, and it's not also disclosed. Also, another concern is that if this money is paid out, how can it benefit the indigenous communities that are being displaced, or whose livelihoods are being interrupted? So also this money needs to know how is it being spent, who's having it, and all that. And also another important key factor is that these indigenous communities, they need also to apart from having representation, apart from having knowing how this money is spent, they also need to have a say in whether this contract will end or this day. They also, like, because it's their land, they also need to have a say. It can end at this time. They need to have that representation. And then most importantly, there's always a way we can coexist with trees. Understand? So there's always a way. If this big tech, they want to plant trees in 4.9 million sets of plants, that is very good for the country. It's helping the country achieve the 1.5 billion goal of planting trees. So it's not a bad thing. As I will insist on that. But how can we coexist with trees? Trees are not enemies. Trees are not dangerous to people. How can we coexist? How can indigenous communities graze? How can they eat fruits? How can they practice their cultures? How can they, build their houses and keep their movements, and also benefit from the shades and the rivers that these trees are building, without necessarily being told you cannot get into this place because it's a project for carbon credits. So that is what we're demanding from big tech. So we are not against them planting trees, based on the argument and on the discussions we've had with the Ma community, with the Maasai community, with the Borana community, with the Rek community, and other indigenous communities. We are not against the planting of trees, but how are the benefits going to reach these people whose land is being used for carbon credit? Yeah, so I think that is my presentation. I'm sorry I haven't gone through the slides, but I've spoken what I wanted to speak. So I will open the floor maybe for any clarifications or any questions. All right. Any or maybe yes, please.
Well, thank you for your presentation. My name is Ndanu, and my question is, well, this is new information for me, for starters, and I wanted to know what is the best case scenario for this. What is the end goal? What is, if all goes well, what will we have achieved? And also, is there a way that there can be probably an adaptation or collaboration meanwhile before maybe the court cases and all that they're solved?
So the end goal, based on research, most of the climate change harm that is being done globally today comes from industrialized countries. It's coming from countries that have bigger industries that are consuming a lot of water, that are emitting a lot of gases. There are the countries that are producing a lot of vehicles, a lot of things. So, and these countries are not usually in Africa, they're outside Africa. But when it comes to the impacts of climate change, African countries bear it the most. Why? Because one, we don't have systems for mitigation and adaptation like the developed countries have. So developed countries are doing a lot of harm to the environment in industrialization and on production. As they're doing this harm to the environment, they have a lot of mitigation and adaptation strategies that many African countries don't have. So when the effects of climate change start, developed countries are excluded because they're well prepared. But underdeveloped countries don't have these adaptations of mitigation and adaptation. So they are doing the harm, and then we are facing the climate injustices. So that is the challenge. So there is no harm in my opinion. Everybody is allowed to differ with it. There is no harm in in planting a lot of trees in an African land that is bare, has bushes and grasses. There is actually no harm in planting a lot of trees and in millions of acres of land, because we need trees as an adaptation to climate change. So, but what I'm insisting on is that the benefits must be shared. You understand the benefits that are coming from this, because I've told you, if you plant 1,000 trees right now, you're allowed to count them, and then once you count them, you're allowed to go to the Kenya Forest Department and you say, I have 1,000 trees. Someone will come and inspect that trees, and when they see there are 1,000 trees, they will give you a certificate, a carbon credit certificate. Once you have this carbon credit certificate, you can claim from big tech companies, because of the harm they are doing globally. You can claim, I need my money, and they will send you the money to your bank account. It's new information that many also indigenous communities do not understand, that the trees they're planting, apart from cutting trees and getting wood, you can also just sell the behavior of trees of exchanging, of taking it, of absorbing in carbon dioxide. So to answer your question in short, we need to accept planting of trees, but like in this project in particular. But that alone, we need also to claim the benefits of it, because big tech are paying a lot of money and the communities need to claim a lot of it. And also we need to coexist. Also we need to claim, how can we coexist with trees? They should not say, if you're planting 1,000,000 trees in this piece of land, you cannot come in, you cannot get in. It should be that, how can we coexist? And also, how the money that big tech is paying, how can the Maasai community, the Ma community, the Borana community benefit from it, like building schools, educating children, building hospitals? So I think that is that will be my take. I'm not sure if I've answered your question. Yeah, in part. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think the big tech companies like Meta and uh, and Netflix, they usually don't like a lot of controversies. So when the case persisted, they kind of like pulled out. But they had already paid a lot of money. But in my opinion, I feel that big tech companies are not obliged to correct the climate injustice they are doing. There is no law that obliges them. They are doing it out of goodwill. Yes, there's no law that obliges them currently. So my suggestion is that as advocates for data and climate, it is important that we push for laws at the UN level, at the African Union level, at country level, and other bodies level, so that we have a strategy of ensuring that big tech companies are obliged, that for the you can measure how much carbon emissions you're doing on the environment. That if they're doing this number of tons of carbon emissions in the environment, how can they correct it with a number of trees? It should be an obligation, because they're actually making a lot of money. Yeah. So it should be an obligation. That is maybe, and also, yeah, that would be my take. Yes, another question? Yes.
Sorry, I promise not to dominate. I just wanted
It's
to,
okay.
I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious. So, one of the solutions that I would have posed is land ownership. So, I'm curious why you don't think land ownership. And I just want to land a point, right? So, if they owned their own land, then they would have autonomy over how it is used. And they would be able to have ownership about whether or not they want to plant trees in that area or not. And I was just looking briefly at your legislation, and I think it is because of colonialism that this was brought in. So, to your point about the richest person in Kenya can't own, or doesn't own land, and you said that as a good thing, actually, your laws prohibit Asians from owning land, and they can only lease land for a period of 99 years. And that is to stop people that aren't from Kenya owning land and having autonomy over how it is used, right? So that's a protection that works in favor of Kenyans. So my question back to you is, wouldn't a solution be land ownership, which is why it's so important to people to own land, and they're killing their brothers, as you said, in order to own land so that they can have autonomy?
To answer you legally, when the Maasai community own 1,000 acres of land or 1,000,000 acres of land, it is in trust under the Kenyan government. So the Maasai community can say, we own this 1 million acres of land. We've been living here historically, but this land is held in trust by the Kenyan government. So it is community land, but legally it is held in trust by the Kenyan government. So yes, and that means if there's any, guidelines, if there's any agreements, the Kenyan government is the one trusted on behalf of the Maasai community, on behalf of the Kikuyu community, or whatever. That is how the Kenyan law is. So in trust means that the mistake is that the Kenyan government should have approached the Borana community, should have approached the Maasai community, should have approached the Sengwer community and told them, we're working with big tech on this, and as trustees of your land, we are going to negotiate like this, like this.
Yeah, but my question is, isn't ownership the solution then?
Yes,
So,
they own the land. They own the land, but in trust by the Kenyan government.
so they don't own the land
They
then?
own in trust. That is how the law is interpreted. In trust by the Kenyan government. That is just how the law works. Oh, and then to answer, it is not racism that Indians or Asian community, let me use the word Asian community, it is not that Asian communities are bad from owning land. I think they're just making economic decisions. What is the point of buying land when I can lease it for 10, 15 years and do what I want to do and make profit and live? So it is not that they are not bad from owning land. They're making economic decisions, which our people need also to learn. Okay.
Sorry for yapping a lot today. I love controversial conversations. So, to support him, when it comes to ownership of land or leasing of land, when you go to an economic standpoint, when you're looking at the taxman's book, it's counted as an expense. So that means if you lease land or even a vehicle or something, this is information that I crossed while having a conversation with someone in finance some weeks ago, that it can be deducted from the tax payable that you'll pay as a company.
Yeah.
So apart from them doing it as a goodwill, I think they have an advantage to what they gain. There's an incentive to planting the trees. But now to the solutions, because we can complain about problems from today to tomorrow. Again, as I said, all these conversations will go back to the Kenyan government, and it has. So I think a solution, as a person who's involved in the case, I'd say you broker solution. Again, we're talking about collaboration, because Africa has the best climate. The best place to plant trees is actually Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, to be like within the tropics of the sub-Saharan Africa. So instead of buying land or leasing land, can we have a solution? I don't know if this is legally acceptable, where the communities that we're talking about, as you said, they plant the trees, yeah, and then they are paid in like they're literally paid by the Kenyan government. Oh, sorry, like they're paid by the Kenyan government, since the Kenyan government is the one that holds the trust. They are given the money. We know they are given the money. So if they can, the specific communities, or build commodities for them, so that they live within that land, but they have a school within that land, and they're just surrounded by trees.
I think that is what that argument needs to be put in light, so that the community knows this is the money was given, this is how it's being spent. Yeah.
So so I wanted to chip in because there's a question I've been dealing with recently in my work, and we were doing research on ethics when dealing with indigenous people, and in places like Canada, US, South America, Australia, it's very easy on the guideline of when I want to talk about these specific indigenous people, this is who I talk to. So maybe some advice on how it is in East Africa. When I want to talk to specific indigenous people and I want to represent their opinion in specific applications, or this data set is okay for your indigenous people, like questions like that. So who do I go to?
So I think that's an open question, and anybody in the room is allowed to answer. So my opinion is that an indigenous community, emotionally, they usually have a leadership structure. So maybe they elect a chairperson, a secretary general. They elect youth, people with disabilities, women. So they have usually those tenets of leadership, and then they usually discuss on matters that they feel affect them, and then they have an opinion. and also they can also use the local chief. They can work with their members of parliament or other elected leaders. So that's how decisions are made within communities, not just indigenous communities in Kenya. Though that's an open question, anybody can answer.
I don't have an answer to that.
Yeah.
I just had like a suggestion. So I'm currently doing some self-studying about history and especially East Africa history. And I was looking at how the socialist, the African Socialist Manifesto was created by Julius Nyerere. And he had a very interesting point about something that he would disagree with you, that for us Africans, land is our wealth, because like these other people have all of these other benefits.
Yeah.
But for us, historically, ancestrally, whatever, it's land. So it's about how do you make money out of land. And similar to what he was saying about like how you create, for me, I would suggest you converse with policymakers to create a policy that is going to protect the indigenous people of the land, and they're the ones who benefit and they're the ones who make the decisions. So whatever money that the government is making ends up going back into the land. I know, like if you go to like game parks, for example, like Masai Mara, the same whatever contract or deal that they have or policy that they have, that's something that I would suggest looking into, because I know like for people of Savo, all the money that is collected by the game parks goes directly back into the government, so it doesn't go back. It doesn't go to the community, and that's a challenge that we have been having. They have been having for like years. So I think that's one way to look at it. That when you're fighting, you also look at the policies. How can you implement or shape the policies so that it's benefiting the community?
Yeah, I think I totally agree with you. And also, just to add on the Julius Nyerere part, I think owning land is one thing, and also making use of land effectively is another thing. Yeah. Yeah, owning land is nonsense. I mean, why would you own? Why would you own 1,000 acres of land? Why would you own 1,000 acres of land and make $10,000 from it? Why? Why? Why?
Please, sorry, kindly allow me to say something. I know I am passing the mic, and it seems a little biased that I am using the mic now. But I am a community development practitioner slash data analyst. So something that I have learned is that if you're going to do something with people and you don't include them, you're going to fight.
Okay.
No matter how much money you have, you need to actually include people. Something that I feel big tech guys would benefit from is to go to those actual people and talk to them and tell them, this is something we want to do. You guys don't have trees here. You keep your cows. How can we work together? Because you can't come to a place and what is it? Impose your things on them. It's not going to work. Let me just give an example. I'm sorry, this is going to be a political example.
It's okay.
Please forgive me. When our president wanted to impose the finance bill, he has all the powers, but he wasn't able to do it. Well, eventually he actually, but it took a while for him to be able to do it because life. But if you want to go against the people, you will not be able to do it. So I feel like even when we as the tech guys want to bring any solution,
Yeah.
whether it is planting trees for climate, we need to go to the actual people and talk to them, because your idea might be really good in your head. The people on the other side don't see how it's benefiting them. And unfortunately, if you're not speaking to the person on the other side, if the person on the other side is not feeling the benefit of it, they'll feel like you're cheating them. And even if you're splurging money, they do not understand your idea. For example, these trees, when they are planted, and you have left me in charge of these trees, and I have not part in it, I will not water the trees just in case there is
Yeah.
famine. and your trees will die. So you'll keep replanting them again. But if you include me in the idea and make it seem like it's my idea, I will plant those trees. I will make sure that they have grown, and I will encourage my fellow people. So let them find Masais within their community. Tell those Masais to go tell their other Masais, hey, you guys, there's this new thing of planting trees. Why is Narok so, like, they have adapted agriculture? The Masais are not naturally, like, from Kitambo pastoralists, but now they have adopted, they're not originally agriculture, like planting crops. I'm sorry, the words are going. But they're not agriculturalists in that sense. But right now, so many people, when you go to Narok, you'll see fields of wheat, like they have taken on agriculture, and it's making them a lot of money, just apart from Masai Mara itself. So if you find people who can be listened to by the community and speak to those ones, that idea will go more than just going through government, and more than just coming with your big idea. Like, involve those guys. That's what I would say for anything.
I perfectly agree with you. And that is, I perfectly agree with you. I mean, also, I would like to make it clear, I don't usually impose ideas on people. I try to negotiate, and as much as I'm outspoken or controversial, I never impose ideas on people. And I believe in community engagement and people owning ideas and also driving them. Yeah. And I appreciate your comments. Yeah. I think
Maybe
the
I
time.
could.
Are we done? Okay.
May I contribute to this?
Yes, please.
Seeing carbon credits a fairly new concept in terms of, especially to many who ideally are being targeted for these particular projects. Just to echo in terms of build up on what she's sort of brought forward. Are there existing initiatives that probably would allow for more direct participation? Because the whole concept around trusts and all those is just avenues for exploitation. Kilifi is a clear evidence of where such a noble initiative sort of like tanks. Do you know of any that probably would be set up or has been set up in regards to this?
Yeah, I will also agree with you. The concept of carbon credits to an ordinary person in the village who has like high school education or primary school education and is an adult. It's a new concept, leave alone someone who is a graduate. So it is easier for people who have new knowledge and who have advanced knowledge, like who are continually reading and understanding tech languages. It is easier to take advantage before the rest of the population understands what's happening. So you can see what big tech have been in the Maasai and the Borana and the Ruek and the Singwer communities for 12 years. And that's when people are like, oh, what's happening? You understand? So it is obviously, if I have information about all of you, I have an advantage. It's just common sense. If I have information about you, it's an added advantage. I can market you. I can know your behavior, and I can use it to make profit, or I can use it to take advantage over you. So I think now the buck stops with our educators, like the Aga Khan Foundation, to proceed with their research and engage the community.
I think just probably you might be coming from a point of from an informed point of view. So are there avenues for that direct? Let's say I don't have the 1,001, I have 3 acres, and everyone around me is planting beans, but I've been informed that there's this aspect about carbon credits, and I want my maybe even 2 acres to be just filled by trees. And the kind of trees is also another conversation for another day. But are there direct platforms that somebody who doesn't necessarily have to know that much about the geopolitics of the world, energy consumption and all that, but they sort of want to be able to plug into this new concept? Are there avenues that they can do that?
I think the Kenya Forest Service, for example, if you have planted trees in Kenya, and you can count them. You usually go to the Kenya Forest Service office near you, and you invite someone to come. And when someone comes, they count how many trees they are, and then they calculate. They have a calculator. They say you have 100 trees, you have 2,000 trees, you have 10,000 trees. These trees, they're consuming this, they're absorbing this amount of carbon emissions from the air. And because tech companies have pledged already money in billions, they will, once the Kenya Forest Service agrees that you have this amount of trees and this is the good they're doing to the environment, they'll give you a certificate. And with this certificate, they'll give you instructions on how to claim your money in dollars from the tech companies, and they will usually send you the money. But most of the people do not know or do not have this information. For example, when our president said they want to plant 1.5 billion trees, for an average person, we only see trees, but for the president, he sees good money. Okay, I think we're off the time. Okay, asanteni sana kwa kunisikiza.
Please, another round of applause for you. That was starting to get a bit heated, to be honest. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, so just before we head out for lunch, I want to invite Wanjiko from Policy, just to give us a hint of what's happening in the next few weeks. Wanjiko.
Hi everyone. Really glad to see all of you. My name is Wanjiko, like Benson mentioned. I'm from Policy, and we just wanted to give you just a snippet of what's happening from here. I think this was the first event we are having here with AKU. We've partnered with them for the last 3 years. 3 years, and the partnership is ongoing. So from here, we are going to Lira in northern Uganda, like Philip mentioned earlier. So we'll be having a pre-event there with some students from Lira University, just engaging them in how they can use data for their local communities. So we'll be having those engagements on the 23rd of October. And then thereafter, the next week, that's on the 30th and the 31st, that's when we have the main event in Kampala. So 2 days of insightful conversation, engaging with everyone, again, under the theme Reclaiming Our Data Futures, just trying to see how we can reclaim data to local African countries and see how we proceed from there. So I want to invite you all to visit our website, which is www.datafest.africa. You can learn more from there and see how our agenda looks like. Unfortunately, we are sold out, so we are not taking any more people, but please, we'll be able to share with you everything that comes out of there. And like I mentioned, this is just a lead up to Kampala. So thank you so much for coming today. And I'd also want to thank Aga Khan University for also giving us the opportunity to partner again. So thank you.
First things first is happening in Kampala. Do not have the first is Antonio Lontati team. Anyone from the data office team, please stand up. Please wave. Thank you guys for all the efforts. We couldn't do this without him and his team. Could not do it without Chris and his entire team at Monmouth University. Thank you so much. Phoenix Analytics, where are you? I think she just left. Please, a round of applause for them in Assumption. Ellie and his team, Signverse, please, a round of applause for them. We also have a team within Aga Khan that's called the Zima DS Hub. It's the data science hub. So a round of applause for them too. And then we have AI Kenya from Alfred Ngere. And last but not least is the University of Michigan Center for Global Health and Equity. Please a round of applause for them. All right. If you are a panelist, please raise your hand. I would love to give you a small token of appreciation from us and Policy. Philip, please come to the stage so you can give them. Please, all panelists, one by one, please come through. If you are here, Sanji, please come one by one. Photographers around? Great. So all the panelists. Okay, this is for Sibuka. Barbara, are you here? Barbara is the one. Yeah, she's there. So Barbara, you can go first. Philip is handing them over. Philip, please go to the center. Thank you so much. Quick photo op. Sanji is here. Barbara, just wait. So she's. Dennis is next. Great job. Annette, you're next after Sanji. Spider. Thank you. Great job. Center. Okay. Thanks, JB. One by one. John. Where are you? Chris first, then Andrew. For the panelists, there'll be one last photo of all of you at the back, just right after this. Okay, Andrew. Okay, this is for Philip. Let's go see all our exhibitors, our sponsors. Check out all the innovations that are happening. People are asking, where are these innovations? They're in that room. Go support them. Remember, still happening. I know some people already have theirs. How many took a photo? Show me. Yeah, I see some people. Jamie and Chris, I expect to see one of these. Yeah? I'm going to put it in a report. Okay, so please go get one of these. There's a lot of paper. Take as a group, take individually, enjoy yourself there. Then, before you go for lunch, so that you don't miss lunch, there are coupons being given as you walk out. Make sure you have a coupon. Otherwise, you have to share lunch with me. And I want to eat full lunch. Okay. You also have merchandise away on your way out. So coupon and merchandise. Okay. I thought people would be happy you're getting a T-shirt. Oh, okay. Last but not least, please follow us on all our social medias. Follow both Policy and the Aga Khan University. Thank you. I've been your host, Benson Mutahingi Tiger. I'm the innovation manager here at the Aga Khan University. I just happen to be also the MC for the day. So if you want to talk innovation, please let's meet outside. Especially these guys who are living in a cave, troglodytes. Do not be a troglodyte. Please, panelists, final. Wait here, wait here. Okay, it's fine. Panelists, you can wait here. He's going to take a picture here. Please come through with the bag. Come through with the good bag. So Chris, Jamie, is it Andrew? Come through. Barbara, come through. Sanji,